Hello, everyone, and a very good morning to Professor Rozainun Haji Abdul Aziz, the advisor for ASEAN Future Sustainable Leaders 2021, and a professor at the International University of Malaya, Wales. Puan Noraida Muhammad Sharif, the advisor for ASEAN Future Sustainable Leaders 2021, and the director at the Centre of Foundation, Language and Malaysian Studies of the International University of Malaya, Wales. Dr. Ashira Abdurrahim, the coordinator at the Regional Centre of Expertise Penang, University Science Malaysia, and Ms. Elila Rasi Lachmanan, the director of AFSL 2021. To the panel of expert judges for this morning's junior category, Dr. Japaring Lalo, RCE Penang, University Science Malaysia, and will be the head of judges for today's AFSL Malaysia pitching session. Dr. Ashira Abdurrahim, our second guest judge for this morning's pitching session, and Associate Professor Haswati Amza, also from RCE Penang, University Science Malaysia, and our third guest judge for this morning's pitching session. To our panel of esteemed judges for the afternoon session of the senior category, Assistant Professor Dr. Irina Safitrizan, Assistant Professor at the International Islamic University Malaysia, Madam Norani Binti Abu Bakar, the Executive Director of the UCSI Group SDG Secretariat Office and Chairperson at the RCE Greater Kuala Lumpur, and Ms. Bettina Lee, the Associate Specialist of Business Development at the Chartered Institute of Management Accountants. And to all of the AFSL Malaysia Case Competition Top 10 finalists and their respective mentors, as well as everyone present here with us on this fine morning, we welcome you all. My name is Ariff bin Mohammed Sharifizal, your MC for the day, and it is our pleasure at IUMW alongside our partners Regional Centre of Expertise on Education for Sustainable Development Penang and the ASEAN Accounting Education Work Group, as well as our esteemed sponsor Chartered Institute of Management Accountants CIMA, to welcome you to the pitching sessions for junior and senior levels of the 2021 ASEAN Future Sustainable Leaders Malaysia Case Competition. Now, ladies and gentlemen, before we begin, I would like to remind everyone to turn off your camera and to leave your microphone on mute throughout the event as to not disrupt the flow of the event. Now, without further ado, I would now like to invite Professor Rozainun Haji Abdul Aziz to deliver the opening speech for today's event. Let's warmly welcome Prof. Rozainun. All right, let's just wait a minute for Professor Rozainun to come up to the spotlight. Let's allow the technical team some time. All right, it seems that, maybe you do have Prof. Once again, I would like to invite Professor Rozainun Haji Abdul Aziz to deliver the opening speech for today's event. So please, for the second time, let us warmly welcome Professor Rozainun.
Prof. Rozainun, we can't hear you, Prof. Rozainun.
We're still unable to hear you, Professor.
Prof, probably you can check your microphone settings. It's on the bottom left of the Zoom screen. And then there's a little arrow on, okay. And then you can select your microphone. Okay.
Prof, we still can't hear you.
All right, everybody, please let's just allow our Professor Rosainur a minute to sort out some technical issues with her microphone. So please bear with us.
I think Ariff would agree with us. These are some of the technical issues that we sometimes we go through when we are online and all that, right? So
Yes,
yeah,
unfortunately, this is the reality of having online-based webinars and stuff. These sort of issues are bound to happen, especially with the internet connection and stuff like that.
If it's physical, I think everybody will be running towards the mic stand. I'm like, what happened to the warrior?
Yep.
Exactly. When it's online, these are some of the challenges. So I hope that everybody is bearing with us for a while this is being sorted out.
Yep.
Thank you. Meanwhile, this is being sorted out. I just want to remind to all speakers who just came in, rename your profile first according to your school name or university name, and then followed by your school name, your university name, and then followed by your name. Right. So just rename that while we are sorting this out.
Okay. Adila. Ni mana masuk? Ya. Ini sama meeting yang tadi juga. Sorry, can you hear me?
Yes,
yes,
loud and clear.
Yes.
Okay,
we are not able to hear you, Professor.
Where is it?
I think.
Can you switch on your camera, Prof? Because I can't find you. I think there's 2 accounts under your name now.
Yes.
Can you?
We can hear you.
Yeah.
Yes, we can see you as well.
Okay, all right.
Yes.
Okay, we skipped the background, yeah? Sorry about that. But
it's all right, Prof.
It's all right. Okay.
Yeah, okay. Apologies for the technical problem just now, and excuse for if you hear my grandchild making noise. I'm at home today. But anyway, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, and a very good morning to everyone here. Thank you to MC. So Puan Nuraida Muhammad Sharif, Advisor for AFSL 2021, Director Center of Foundation Language and Malaysian Studies, IUMW, Dr. Japaring Lalong, RCE Penang, University Science Malaysia, Chief Judge for AFSL Malaysia Pitching Session, Dr. Ashira, nice to see you again, RCE Penang, University Science Malaysia, Judge for AFSL Malaysia Pitching Session, Dr. ID Ahmad Dewa, RCE Penang, Associate Professor Dr. Irina Safitrizan, Assistant Professor for IIUM, Madam Nuraini Binti Abu Bakar, Executive Director, UCSI Group SDG Secretariat Office, Chairperson RCE Greater Kuala Lumpur and judge for our pitching session, Ms. Bettina Lee, Associate Specialist, Business Development, Chartered Institute of Management Accountants. And yeah, on behalf of IUMW, welcome to the ASEAN Future Sustainable Leaders, in short, AFSL Case Competition 2021, in today's event of the national competition. So the moment that we have been planning and have been waiting for. So I'd like to record my appreciation to the judges of the pitching session for their contribution. I would also like to record our appreciation for the opportunity to collaborate with RCE Penang as our co-host, AAEW, which is the ASEAN Accounting Education Work Group, and CIMA as our sponsor. And my special 3 times special thanks to the hardworking committee for AFSL. They have been so committed to driving the best of AFSL, and thank you for the job well done and good organizing all the time in good spirit, and everything the best of you all. And welcome again to this morning session. So yeah, some sharing from me. IUMW's dedication has always been to provide diversified learning in terms of experience to students and stakeholders despite COVID-19 pandemic. We try our level best to still stay in business and still support students for their learning towards their qualifications with us. We adapt and we adopt accordingly any mechanism that work for studying, whether physical, face-to-face, or on virtual, online. And even in hiccups, we all face that in hiccups of processes. An example just now, what I went through, I actually prepared earlier on, and I saw the background of the session today behind me in the camera before me, but you know, it did not turn out. And these are things that we just have to cope with it, but all is not lost. We still carry on with the program. So, you know, we still make it, we still make good of what we have, and we innovate to a certain extent with the intention to progress, acknowledging any incidents as a way forward and lessons to learn as well as to improve. And I'm sure we are all in this together. So yeah, please do take this opportunity to network, even though we only see ourselves in screens for many, many months now, but get to know each other. We have our email, we have the chat group, we can always exchange contact information and get to know all of us, you know, individually and also by the institutions. For me, and also the schools. And for me, this is a lifetime opportunity to make friends and to learn from one another. And the ASEAN network, as well as the Malaysian network that we have from this event, you know, this will be able us to explore more opportunities. And with the ASEAN, we will meet in the finals at the regional level, and it should be a good platform to expand our base for a lot of activities like joint research, exchange programs, joint events, conference, seminar, dialogue, closed forum sessions, and all these are necessities. They are very necessary for everyone towards the future proof of education as we build castles of knowledge and also expertise. So the intention has always been Kaizen and to improve ourselves for the betterment, not just for us alone, but it would have the rippling impact and very good implication, and will create impact. So yeah, the theme as for SDGs, they are also for our awareness. We know that there are 17, but what are the 17? We can always look it up. But what is important is for us to be able to contribute. And I'm sure we've heard or we've listened to Michael Jackson's song, "To Make the World a Better Place." And indeed, we have to make this world a better place. If we don't do it, who else would? And I'm sure with our commitment and belief that, we can, because we are and we will be the change agents. So together we can make it and help each other, grow the community and people with the right mindset, the right attitude, and the right culture that we should build around us, so that we can inculcate positiveness, we can inculcate something that is constructive, that we can see a build-up of good things around us. And basically, these are our strengths. We are good in this. And together, again, I'm saying we will make good of the situation, a common agenda to all. On the competition, as I see it, is a vehicle to develop enhancements. We do bit by bit towards the development of the SDG improvements. The solutions and ideas coming from the teams, I'm sure they are good experience, providing, I'm sure in the end, good support to raise more awareness in the SDG areas. And what I see as very important is also a test of our technical capabilities, our knowledge, our experience, what we see, what we hear from others, those positive, positive approaches that and learning that we can use to progress. So we can, if you want to, we just have to put it into place, the ways to improve. We try, and even if we fail, it's not the end of the world. We can try again and, really make it happen. So last but not least, enjoy everyone the event today, and do come back for more in the near future. I'm sure there's a lot more collaborative opportunities, and it's us as an individual, as an institution, as a school, as a body, as an organization, we'll be able to make a start. So let us come back and maintain this very good networking, and let this event be our start for working together so that we continue to progress. And I'd like to see, and I'm sure everyone would like to see similar events like this together. So thank you for your participation. All the best to everyone. Stay safe, and Assalamu alaikum.
Salam. Thank you very much, Professor Rosanud, for your kind words. Now, moving on, let us now welcome our head judge for the day, Dr. Ghafar Lalo from RCE Penang, to deliver his keynote speech. So everyone, please welcome Dr. Ghafar.
Thank you very much, Ariff. Can I just start by sharing my screen, please? Because I have some slides to show. Let me see. 1 second. Share the screen.
Yep, we are able to see, Doctor.
Okay, can you?
All right.
Yeah, nice. I'm gonna try to make it full screen. Okay, so can you see the screen, or can you see the whole screen, or is it just the PowerPoint?
Yep, we are able to see your slide.
Okay, right. So thank you very much, Ariff, again, and thank you very much for the invitation. It's nice to be here. It's nice to see, although not to see the new faces, but I think they're going to show their face eventually. For now, I can see very many new faces and also old faces. Some of my former lecturers' son is actually here, so I'm a bit nervous. He's going to report maybe to his former boss, but I don't know. I'm going to try my best. So let's see if that's okay. Okay, so my name is Ghafar Lalung, and I'm actually a fellow of the Regional Center of Expertise in Penang, and I'm also a lecturer at the School of Industrial Technology in University of Science Malaysia. And before we begin, I would like to thank the International University of Wales, Malaysia for the invitation, also to the ASEAN Accounting Education Work Group and CIMA, as well as RCE Penang for the invitation today. I think I will start. Today I will try to talk about sustainable future leadership, but I think to begin with, I'll introduce myself, and that's my hometown. I was born in Semporna, Sabah. I don't know if you know, in the east coast of Borneo in Malaysia, and I went to University Malaya for first degree. I think I spent many years there, and then I graduated with Bachelor of Science, and then I went to Oxford University for a Master's in Environmental Studies, and then PhD in Environmental Microbiology from the University of Leeds. And I currently work with a School of Industrial Technology, and we have a program for undergraduates, Environmental Technology, and we also have Masters in Environmental Science. It's a full one-year coursework, and the aim is actually Environmental Science for Future Sustainability. And this is the research that I'm doing. I'm actually specializing in toxin-producing algae. And I also do some research. Actually, this is my recent, I want to mention this because I was very happy. Last month, I published a book on my Antarctic research. And that was actually the picture that I took when I went to Antarctica last year. So everything is by environmental science. And now I want to introduce a bit about my other affiliation, which is the RCE. We are actually a regional center of expertise. I think we have the first RCE in Malaysia. It's called RCE Penang. And this is the team. I think Dr. Shira is going to give a concluding remark tomorrow. So I'm not going to talk more about this. But this is our team. It's quite a big team. And this is what we do. We actually do anything related to educational for sustainable development. So we engage a lot with schools and stakeholders, and we have a connection with them, because I think sustainability is not just about one person, but it's about interconnection with one another. And this is our link. We have RSense, Sejahtera Club, and RCE Youth, and we have networks with different universities and also different countries, especially Tongyong in Korea. And these are all the links that we have. So enough about introduction. We're going to talk about the main issue about what is sustainable leadership. I think when we talk about sustainable leadership, we cannot run away, or we cannot, we always will refer to our, how do I say, like this is, it's not even a book, so I can't say a Bible, but this is the pillar of every sustainability things. We have sustainable development goals. In 2015, Paris Agreement, they have 17 goals. I think all the students and everyone here is very well aware of this. But so we have 17 goals, which is no poverty, zero hunger, good health, quality education, gender equality, all until partnerships for the goals. But before that, we also have Millennium Development Goals. This was for 15 years, from 2000 and 2015. They have 8 goals, which is eradicate extreme poverty and achieve universal primary education, promote gender equality, and empower women. But I think if you want to go further with the history, it's actually started with the formation of United Nations. I'm going to link, I have the link of all the history from the very beginning at the end, so you can watch that if you are interested to see the history about our current SDG, because it is not just started there, but it has very, very long history, even before I think our parents were born. I would like to quote with a statement by this girl. She is actually the former Environment Minister of Kenya, Wangari Maathai. She's, I hope I pronounce her name properly, and I hope she doesn't mind if she can hear us, but maybe not. She's the Nobel Laureate receiver for Peace in 2004. She said, recognizing that sustainable development, democracy, and peace are indivisible is an idea whose time has come. So when I first see this statement, I was like, I didn't even understand the meaning of the words indivisible. I don't even know how to pronounce that. And then I Google it. It actually means that something that cannot be separated. And I think it's a very, very wise words, because you can't separate these three. They're coming together: democracy, peace, and sustainable development. Without one another, it's not going to work. And unfortunately, she passed away a few years after, but she's a very, very profound leader. And if you Google her, you'll find the amazing works that she has done. And also talked by this, the most famous researcher on chimpanzee, Jane Goodall. And she said, it's time to curb the hunger to consume, to recognize that our appetite is causing extinction. She's the most, probably the, if you talk about the man, then it's David Attenborough, but if it's the woman, then she's Jane, the most famous environmentalist in the United Kingdom, and also very, she's very renowned for her work. Last year, she came to USM in Penang, and she made this statement, which I think is very important and very, very promising. And she said, it's because people are talking about how we've done too much and there is no turning back point. But she said it's not too late to save our planet. So we were very happy that she said this. That means there is a hope for all of us, or all mankind. And go back to sustainability leadership. What is that? And I was actually trying to pick up and look around and, from my experience, and also do some Googling online to see and to understand more about sustainable leadership. And I came across this girl, Cynthia Way. And I think she simplifies sustainable leadership into a few categories, which I think is easy to follow and to understand. So she started by saying that it is very important to understand. I'm going to block. I don't know. I wanted to remove this. Okay, now I can see, because my own face and our pictures is actually blocking the view. So now I have all the slides for myself. So she said it's vital to recognize how each group of related factors such as people, objects, and processes are connected and impact each other. This is very similar to the Nobel laureate awards in 2004. So basically, it's very important to know that when we do one thing, it's going to be affecting another. So it's crucial for us to think globally and towards the future, and to consider what current and future impacts you're making with each decision and on other communities, society, oceans, animals, communities, waste, resources, and everything, because everything in this world is basically interconnected. And it's important to protect the nature and people, because how your action taken will then be affecting people and the environment. So being a leader, try to make decisions that will reduce negative impact on second and third levels of people, process, the environment, and the economies. So basically, sustainable leaders will take into account not only the people, not only themselves, but also the animal, the environment, the plant, the earth, and everything else. So I'll give you some examples. In Malaysia, I think there has been, or in the entire world, there has been a lot of issues on palm oil. But is it good or bad? So what's the effect of planting palm oil? That is going to be affecting orangutan, and that has been a big issue in the entire world. But then there are people who need palm oil. Our economy, like Malaysia, we are highly depending on palm oil. If we don't plant palm oil, I think we will be having big economical issues. So the issue is, how much do we need to plant? And are we doing enough? Are we supposed to be conserving all the forests that we're having now? Or can we plant more? Can we cut more? So these are the things that you need to take into account when you become a leader, because sometimes we just say, no, we can't do that. But we need space. We need to feed the hungry people. But do we just need to feed the human's need or the human's greed? So it's very, very important for you, being a future leader, to take all these things into account. Ariff, can I ask how much time do I have? What time should I finish? Because I don't want to...
I think you have around 20 minutes. I think we've given you around half an hour. So around 10:10, maybe you can wrap up
10
your
minutes,
presentation.
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so 10:05. Okay. Okay, nice one. So when you see this, I think, thanks, Ariff, yeah. When you see this, I think it's quite commonly known that like palm oil is actually invasive species. They say it's very bad for the environment, but in another way, if you stop palm oil, Malaysia is going to have problem, Indonesia is going to have problem. So it's good for who, bad for who. This is very important to take into account. Like I give you example of this. How about this? This is supposed to be viewed or perceived as a nice countryside in, normally in New Zealand, you will see like, sheep are grazing or cows are grazing in a nice countryside and very, very nice environment. But if you think, this used to be woodlands as well, all the trees was also being cut and converted into farming. So is this a nice countryside, or is it equally invasive species as the palm oil? So being future leader, you need to think about all these things. Like I saw this, which actually really touched my heart, because this is, I saw this when I was in England, this is newspaper cutting of what happened in Semporna. And if you talk about the students that time in England, everybody was very, very much horrified with the fact that, local people in Semporna, my hometown, were actually killing manta ray, because this is the species which is almost extinct, but in Semporna, they're just killing it and they eat it. And then people in England are outraged to say, like, how dare they kill, how do I say, a species which actually is very rare. But then if you put yourself into the mind of the people who's living there, and I actually argue with one of my colleague over there, and I said, look, you are here in England, do you understand the mentality of the people over there, the educational background, their way of living? Do you know that it might be the only resources of income that they have? Do you know that they actually need it to survive? And do you know the educational background? Because coming from somebody who's actually right in the center, or in the, how do I say, in the place where the event took place, I'm always can speak on their behalf, because my father didn't go to school. He was a fisherman. He doesn't read, and he would have done all these things. He doesn't care about the environment, because to them, the most important thing for now is actually to feed the children. But then come me, who actually eventually went to school and then get some educations, and only then we can talk about the environment. We're concerned about the environment because we are, our fundamental issues, which is food, is already being covered. But these things was done through education, change, how the shift from one generation to another is actually changed a lot because of the educational background. So this is why I think ESD, or Educational for Sustainable Development, is actually very important, because without education, it's not going to be possible. But being a leader, if you guys are going to be the future leader, it's very important for you guys to think about what you're doing is going to be affecting another. Like in this case, I think if you stop this like hunting for rare species to everyone, make it equal to everyone, then it's going to be difficult for the Aborigine, for the native people, because that's the only thing they know. So it's very, very important to think that one model doesn't fit everyone. Or what about this, because very often people are actually putting all the burdens or all the responsibilities towards the one who are actually weak, and basically attack them and say that you shouldn't do this, you shouldn't do this, you shouldn't do that. But nobody is going to tell the very rich businessman in Kuala Lumpur that they shouldn't do this because they're very powerful. So is this okay for us to build cities, but then at the same time asking other people to stop fishing for rare species in Borneo. So these are all very important to think about, because often policies are actually made in a nice, well air-conditioned place in Kuala Lumpur, and that policy is actually affecting people very, very far away. So I think in the future, we've got to think about all these things. This is another thing. This is actually dolphin killing in Denmark. This is part of the tradition. Is it okay to allow this, or is it okay to stop this? But I think at the end, the bottom line is I really, really like to address or to recite what Mahatma Gandhi said. And he always said that, he did say that the world has enough for everyone's need, but not for everyone's greed. So this is the concept of reducing, recycling, reusing will come about, because obviously the world is enough for everyone. But if we're very, very greedy, then it's not going to be enough. So being a future leader, you need to think about this, hopefully. And also about production and consumptions, because often when we're talking about SDG or climate change, we always, or very often blame the production, people who produce it. But what about people who consume it? Because if you're consuming a lot of energy, then they're going to produce more. So are we going to keep blaming China for producing CO2, but at the same time heavily consuming it? So this is very important to think about, especially SDG, because I think the focus is a lot about production, not consumption. And I think if you want to think beyond SDG, then think about these things. And how do we transform business as usual? I really, really attracted with this picture because I think it tells a lot of stories. At the beginning, a candle maker, even if the best candle maker in the world, they will soon be out of business when electricity appear and invented, and then we use tungsten, bulb, and then it definitely replaced candle. But then the tungsten bulb is now also rapidly being replaced by LED bulb, and that's why transforming business as usual is very important, because doing something which is different, innovation, and making improvements and better technology, and also doing better technology which is actually more environmental friendly is actually very important. So if you were a leader in the future, school children, then please think about this. Keep on transforming business as usual. And you need to lead by example. Be responsible to yourself, your job, and your actions. I think, like I said just now, a lot of, especially us academics, very often we organize like nice meeting in a nice 5-star hotel and talk about how to conserve the environment. It's not going to work, because action speaks louder than words. If you yourself cannot do it, it's going to be very difficult for you to show to the others. And I think that explains why our world is actually in a big mess, because a lot of leaders are actually say, but at the end, they don't lead by example. So hold the organization accountable by example in its actions, and others will definitely follow. For more details, I think I'm going to stop quite soon, but for more details about this, you can actually YouTube it here. But before I go, I would like to thank all people who is actually involved in organizing these events. Professor Rozainun Haji Abdul Aziz, who is also the advisor of AFSL 2001, and she's also the professor of International University of Malaya, Wales. I think you saw her talking just now. And also to Puan Noraida Muhammad Sharif, which is the advisor of AFSL. And she's also the director for Center of Foundation, Language and Malaysian Studies of the International University of Malaya, Wales. Dr. Ashura, which is the coordinator of RCE Penang, my very, very close colleague, and Associate Professor Aswati Hamza, also from RCE Penang. Assistant Professor Dr. Irina Safri Zain, who is the Assistant Professor of International Islamic University, Malaysia. She will be the judge. And Madam Nuraini, the Executive Director of UCSI Group SDG Secretariat Office. She's also the chairperson of RCE Greater Kuala Lumpur, and she's also will be the judge today. And Ms. Bettina Lee, the Associate Specialist of Business Development of Chartered Institute of Management Accountant. She's also a judge for today. And I think that's all I want to say, and thank you very much. Can I hand over back to Ariff, please? Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much, Dr. Japaring, for your very, very eye-opening presentation. All right, now I'm sure that most of you are eager to move on to the highlight of today's event, where we will listen as our participants pitch their ideas on sustainability. But firstly, let me briefly go over the rules again for today. Each team will be given 6 minutes to pitch their ideas on sustainability, and our timekeeper will ring a bell once at the 4th minute mark, and twice at the 6th minute mark, indicating the end of their pitching. All right, so immediately after you hear that, we will have a 10-minute Q&A session between the judges and the participants. The groups will be evaluated based on their introduction, content, response and delivery, and professionalism and teamwork. So before we invite our first group of participants, I would like to once again remind everyone and to all of our viewers to ensure that your microphone is on mute throughout the entire pitching session. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let us now kick things off by watching the first video from our junior participants from SMK USJ 13, focusing on combating illegal logging and justice for forests in Malaysia under the guidance of Madam Sahhara Binti Harafi.
Greetings to honorable judges and viewers. We are from the group elite of SMK USJ 13. Our group consists of me, Nur Arifah, Nur Qamarina, Nur Iman, and Sarah Wong. We have chosen the topic live online, and we hope you enjoyed the video.
Forests cover 30% of our world and play a significant role in the livelihoods of millions who depend on forests. According to New Straits Times, Malaysia is ranked as one of the 17 mega biodiversity countries in the world, and its forests are rich in valuable timber species. Malaysia has one of the most biodiverse forests on earth, home to orangutans, pygmy elephants, and clouded leopards.
However, only 50% of forest-covered areas remains today due to illegal logging, forest fire, and palm oil plantation. Illegal activities continuously occurred mainly due to a lack of good governance and monitoring of these protected forest areas. It's important to fight off illegal logging as the forest is important for the people, economy, and the environment.
Indigenous communities suffer as they are not given attention by the Malaysian government on their rights and reserves, as said by Alingok, a Penan tribe community member.
Before this blockade, we written numerous letters to the government and went to the district office. We explained the plight of our people, and they sent us away with promises that they will do something, but they never do.
Despite the obvious environmental impact illegal logging has, the economy is at loss as well. According to Transparency International Malaysia, the amount lost to illegal logging annually is estimated to be between 800 million ringgit and 900 million ringgit, about 5% of the total timber export of some 20 billion ringgit. This is why we have proposed strategies for a sustainable forest in Malaysia.
The use of technology in monitoring forest activities. The application of remote sensing allows the monitoring of forest activities. High-resolution satellite imagery can detect remote forest cover changes due to the illegal logging activities taking place in deep, dense forest areas, which are difficult to access physically.
Next, online timber tracking tool through a mobile app can help to create an e-waybill that describes the species, volume of timber, desired destination, and origin of the timber. So during inspection, the authorities are able to verify and confirm the actual volume harvested versus the authorized volume permitted to provide authorities with the expected timber volume to avoid any smuggling of timber.
Other than relying on technology, large-scale businesses should make responsible legal purchases. The government should ensure that only certified timber products that are thoroughly inspected by organizations such as Forest Stewardship Council and the Malayan Timber Council certification are purchased by businesses. In order to encourage more corporations to purchase certified timber products, reward must be introduced by the government. This reward system entails a tax reduction when purchasing certified timber products.
Moving on, reinforcement in law and governance on forest management should be in action. The lack of enforcement in forestry is one of the main reasons why forestry crime is still ongoing in Malaysia. The government should make forest governance its priority matter by providing more resources for forest law enforcement, especially in funding, trained manpower, and stricter forest monitoring by conducting more spot checks and helicopter surveillance.
To ensure large-scale businesses abide by the laws, the court should enforce labor work, such as mandatory community service, along with payment of substantial amount of fine or imprisonment to the head of the company and the employees, so they will not be able to escape by just paying the fine.
Finally, yet importantly, public awareness. Social media can be used to give exposure to the public regarding deforestation occurring by posting daily updates regarding the tree cover loss per day. This will get people to care for our forests in hopes of them taking action by boycotting companies who support illegally sourced forest resources and holding the people in charge accountable through petitions and protests.
To wrap it all up, we hope by displaying the reality of our forests, viewers of all ages and races will now start to take action in helping Malaysia in combating illegal logging and forestry crimes. Thank you for watching.
Everyone, please welcome our first group of junior participants from SMK USJ 30. Please take it away.
Greetings to our honorable judges and beloved audiences. We are from the group elite of SMK USJ 13. I am Nur Arifah, leader of the group.
I am Nur Qamarina, brainstorm of the group.
I am Sarah Wong, fast part of the group.
And I am Nur Iman, mentor of the group.
We have chosen the case study 5, which is SDG 15 of life on land. For your information,
it's all right, take a deep breath.
For your information, SDG 15 is one of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals established by the United Nations in 2015. One of the targets in SDG 15 is to restore degraded forests and end deforestation. Malaysia apparently has the most important remaining natural forests in the whole world. However, uncontrolled illegal logging has reached unprecedented rates in recent times, and that is why we mainly focus on the significant threat of illegal logging towards Malaysia and how an eager initiative should be taken.
To start off, we live in an era where developments are made with the aid of advanced technology. In that regard, we must find a way to implement technology in our initiative in order to make a breakthrough. The technology is already available to be implemented. However, the implementation will cost a fortune. So why should we even be using technology in curbing illegal logging?
Well, we believe that the high cost is worth the investment. Without a doubt, I'm sure that everyone currently watching this live would not want our future generations to live at a time where Malaysia's beautiful forests can only be seen through photos. As we mentioned in the video, forest covers 30% of our world, where thousands of people depend on the forest. So, spending a large sum of money in exchange for a sustainable forest definitely would not be unreasonable.
Not only that, the faces behind companies who commit forestry crimes are known to be rich and wealthy. And with the existing legislation in place, the current form of punishment is not effective. Therefore, we suggest that community service or labor work should be an additional mandatory punishment.
This is why enforcing labor work to the head of the company and the company's board of directors forces the culprit to face the consequences of their action. The significant impact of sentencing, higher payment of fine, and mandatory labor work reduces recidivism and ultimately discourages potential offenders from committing forestry crime due to the heavy loft of punishment.
Besides that, businesses are the main consumers of forest resources, especially in illegal markets. It is important to encourage these said businesses into purchasing certified timber products in order to curb illegal logging on the whole. To enforce this initiative, the government should introduce a reward system where a tax reduction is applied to purchases of only certified timber products. But how does this reward system curtail the selling of timber in illegal markets?
Well, ladies and gentlemen, timbers are usually in high demand. This is an advantage for timber suppliers, where they will do the work no matter the legality and spike up the prices to an unreasonable amount. That is why this tax reduction will attract more businesses into purchasing only legally sourced timber. Consequently, illegal markets will go out of business due to the decline in demands and lack of supports in purchases.
And last but not least, public awareness is important to spark a conversation among the public in overcoming environmental issues, especially how illegal logging is a contributor to deforestation.
We have suggested daily postings of our forests to the public via social media by exposing the actual numbers of trees being cut down daily and how the companies contributing to this issue is affecting the current state of our forests, which is in a crisis.
With these postings, one person may share to another group of people, and from there it will start a media frenzy until it becomes a trend. Soon, the weekly topic would most likely be about the detrimental impacts of illegal logging in Malaysia.
Thus, when people start to realize how bad the forest has become or will become, they would start to take actions by holding companies who support illegal logging accountable and also pressure the governments into taking actions.
In summary, we hope an eager effort is in place by the authorities to prevent illegal logging by taking the strategies we propose into consideration in hopes of achieving SDG 15 for a future of sustainable forests in Malaysia. Thank you.
Thank you very much to our first group. Now, let us now proceed with the 10-minute Q&A session between our panel of judges and our participants.
Thank you so much. Ariff, can I ask the first question? Hi. Okay.
Hello.
Well done, everyone. Very, very good presentation. I'm very impressed. I'm so happy to see like our future generations is doing so well. So well done. But okay, because obviously I think you all are supporting conservation of conserving the forest, and it's quite clear. So I am going to be pretending to be the opposite, the industry, and I'm going to challenge you guys, if that's okay. Whatever I'm saying doesn't necessarily I agree with, but I'm going to challenge you all and see how you all are doing. First thing, assuming that you are the leader of Malaysia or the Prime Minister of Malaysia. Now you said that we have 50% forest. But if you are the leader, how many % of forest should we keep and why? Are you aiming for 100% forest, 60%, 70, 80, 20, 40, or 50? Give me a figure.
I think it should
and
be
why?
at least 50%.
But why?
So we are
able... example that the United Kingdom have 11% of forest and they're doing very well. And why should Malaysia keep 50%? I'm a logger, by the way. My father owns a company. I'm just pretending. Okay.
So we're keeping the 50%. So in the future, we are able to maintain a balance throughout the whole future of our Malaysia. And so in and every year, the rate of our forests are not declining in numbers. Like in 1 year, it suddenly drops. We are trying to avoid that. So that's why we're keeping 50%. But also we are also trying to rehabilitate the forest. So maybe in other years we are putting effort to increase the rates of forests in Malaysia.
Do you want Malaysia to, I'm just going to ask another question. Do you want Malaysia to be a developed country? I'll give you an example. Do United Kingdom keep 11% and they become a developed country? Why do you want us to follow them, or should we have our own path, or like why 50%? Where did you get this figure from? The world has used 30% of forest, but we wanted to keep 50. That's a bit too much compared to the world average. Like Singapore is very well developed. They almost have no forest, So do you want to be like Singapore? Or do you want to be like Papua New Guinea, who has a lot of forest, but the income of the people they're living very poor?
Because Malaysia has a large sum, like our forests are very important in our economy. So I think it's important to keep our forests, as most of the income of our economy comes from the forest, and because we are the main exporter of timber to other countries as well. So it's important to keep the 50% and not be like Singapore, although they don't have much forest, but they are still a very developed country, because their economy doesn't come as much from the forest as like we are, like Malaysia.
But how can we get money from the forest if we don't cut them? We're exporting timber.
I'm sorry?
How can we get money from the timber if you don't cut them, if you don't cut the forest? So you said we're getting money by selling the timber, but then we need to cut them.
But like cutting forests, we are trying to conserve cutting the forest. We are still cutting the forest, but we are trying to make it under control. And especially like illegal logging has reached to unprecedented rates, as Arifah said. And so we are trying to keep it under moderation and trying to come up with future logging plans, so it won't decline in numbers in 1 year. And suddenly, frantically, we are trying to find a way to have a source of income.
Hi, can I continue, Dr. Jeb?
Yes, of course. Yes.
Yeah. Hi, everyone. Congratulations. A good presentation, good sharing, effort. Just to continue from your answer just now, Nur Qamarina, maybe the others also can answer. Just like Dr. Jeb, maybe I'm pretending, playing roles now. I'm a state government, trying to manage my state, whatever state that has more forests, and it's a source of income, as you said, to us in the state. Most the states here in Malaysia are depending on their forest product, as you said, So if you want to conserve, or you don't want to cut down the trees, or log the trees, can you suggest what are other alternative or that can generate income to me, to my state, if I'm not going to cut or to do further logging, if you want to maintain the size of the forest?
We could use the forest to make it a tourist attraction. Instead of cutting off, maybe can plant more trees, only the type of plants that you can only find in Malaysia, planted in the forest, so that you can make it as a tourist attraction, and you can earn money from that way also.
Ecotourism.
Yeah.
Dr. Ashira, you wanna? Okay.
Yeah, okay. Ecotourism. Yeah, okay. That's one alternative. Does that would save our forests? Yeah, and then you would reduce the illegal logging. How do you that is illegal, but of course the one that you get the money from are the legal ones lah. Yeah. Okay, thank you. Maybe the others, if they have. Dr. Aswati.
Yeah, okay. Hi, everyone. Assalamualaikum and a very good morning. So congratulations for the first group. I listened to your presentation just now and then I tried to make sense of those information that you shared, all right? And I would like to ask two questions actually, okay? Because from your presentation, you suggest few methods, all right? To control, okay? The illegal and also problem, okay, related to logging, okay, in our forest. So, but I couldn't find, have you made an assessment yourself? How far actually the existing practices of law enforcement has been evaluated? I mean, I can't see the evaluation that you made, you know, like the monitoring part and also the law enforcement. So when you want to come up with a new idea, so there should be like a gap, okay, over there. So did you make any analysis or you find out, okay, there are certain gap in the monitoring part for instance, like the monitoring, okay, the monitoring like you suggest by using the technology. So what is the existing tools or instrument that has been carried out as for now?
I'm sorry to interrupt, but I think just want to remind that we have 1 more minute for this Q&A session before we move on to the next group, unfortunately. All right, so maybe you could answer this one briefly.
Yeah, a quick answer.
Yeah, quick answer.
The monitoring of our forest currently is mainly being done by forest ranger, but as in Malaysia, we have a lot of deep dense forests, which is like hard to access physically in. So that's why we are suggesting the use of technology in forest monitoring. So the forest ranger are also able to see the live view of our forest from up below, from the satellites. So that's why
So action can be immediately taken. Yeah.
All right, okay. Then question number 2, what is the best way to educate the future generation on this issue?
Education in school is important. Learning in science, geography, also holding campaigns in schools as well for the kids, and maybe they like this kind of competition will surely spread awareness to our kids and also our future generation.
And also influenced by parents, maybe parents can educate the children to use more eco-friendly stuff.
Or you can use social media because nowadays TikTok, people, younger generation especially, get influenced by the others through TikToks, Instagram. Yeah.
Twitter is a really large influence.
Yes.
News spreads fast there.
Thank you very much, but I'm afraid we have reached the end of our Q&A session for our first group. Thank you very much to our panel of judges, and thank you very much to our first group of junior participants.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well done, that was very good.
Yes, thank you, Group 1.
Good luck, all right.
All right, now let us move on to the second group of junior participants from SMK Ghafar Baba by watching their short video on the threats to sea turtles.
Hi guys, it's me here, Adila.
And me, Anya.
So today we are going to do a vlog about tour at our local beach.
The government made these sea turtle replicas as a tourist attraction and to spread awareness to conserve this endangered species. Now, we are at the Turtle Conservation and Information Center. The worker is explaining how the tagging for the turtle conservation is made based on its places and dates. For your information, the climate changes can affect the gender of the sea turtles. Therefore, the hatchery area for the female turtle is placed under the sun, while the male is placed under a black net to maintain the temperature. So, human activities that produce greenhouse gases can decrease the population of sea turtles. Oh, not to mention, the workers here will check the causes of unhatched eggs to ensure its population. Now we are releasing the hot-billed sea turtles into the sea. Volunteers to clean the conservation area are absolutely welcome. It's an initiative to decrease the trash around there that can kill the hawk-billed sea turtles. Besides cleaning, there are more activities to help in at the Turtle Conservation and Information Center. But more importantly, all of these activities can save the turtles.
Punca utama dia sebenarnya beberapa faktor. Dia faktor kata orang tu faktor semula jadi ataupun faktor ni lah apa fizikal. Sebab kadang faktor semula jadi tu kita tengoklah macam apa climate apa perubahan iklim kan. Yang tu kalau yang faktor lain dia faktor peralatan menangkap ikan. Sebab kita tahulah kita faham sebab pantai pendaratan penyu di Melaka berkongsi dengan aktiviti menangkap ikan, aktiviti perikanan. So kadang-kadang kes-kes kematian yang kita dapat punca tersangkut dekat jaring ataupun lemas. Kita dapat penyu yang terdampar, kedamparan penyu dia mati disebabkan tercekik. Sebab penyu sebenarnya walaupun penyu karah, kita tahu main diet dia adalah soft coral, tapi di samping tu jellyfish pun dia makan. Sebab plastik bila dah terbuai-buai dalam laut, diingat macam jellyfish, dia akan makan. Bila dah makan, dia punya sistem pencernaan dalam perut dia akan terganggu lah, menyebabkan dia matilah sebab plastik dia tak digest kan. Kita ni salah satu langkah-langkah konservasi kita lah. Kita bagi kesedaran, kita buat kempen pada orang ramai lah, orang awam tentang apa kepentingan menjaga penyu-penyu. Tidak.
We can reserve the turtle area along the beach as an initiative to conserve them. This can be made by limiting the number of tourists around the area because the tourists usually will disturb the turtles' tranquility. Besides, the reserve area can be planted with plants like beach naupaka or its scientific name Scaevola takada. The turtles like shaded and cold places to lay eggs, thus this way we can attract the turtles. Other than that, fisheries are one of the main factors of decreasing number of turtles. In consequence, fishermen can avoid killing turtles by using smaller size fishing nets. This is because turtles were mostly killed by large size fishing nets that were used by the fishermen. Do you guys know that the turtles follow the moonlight to go to the seashore and to go back to the sea after laying eggs? By knowing this fact, we should take a step in lowering the intensity of light near the beach. Thus, this way we can make the moonlight more visible to them so the turtle won't be confused by the other lights and went back to the sea safely.
Even though turtles seem strong and good at protecting themselves because of their top shell, they are actually far more vulnerable animals. Their population has decreased a lot in recent decades. This is because of human activity and change in environmental conditions. Sea turtles are important for seagrass survival. They will eat and graze the seagrasses. Seagrass needs to be constantly cut short to be healthy and help it grow across the seafloor. Over the past decades, there have been a decline in seagrass beds. This decline may be linked to the lower numbers of sea turtles. After that, sea turtles are also important for dune vegetation. Sea turtles use bushes and the lower dunes to nest and lay their egg. All the unhatched nests, egg and trapped hatchling are very good sources of nutrients for the dunes vegetation. Thank you.
Alright, so now let us welcome our participants from SMK Ghafar Baba who are under the guidance of Madam Suhana Binti Zainuddin. Please, take it away.
Slow to run, fast to run out, unless protected.
Hello everyone.
Hello everyone.
We are team GB Hawksbill Squad from SMK Ghafar Baba Melaka. I am Arfah.
I'm Adila Shafiyyah.
I am Najwa.
And I am Sofiya.
Now we will do a live pitch on threats to the sea turtle. This talk will be continued by Aliaa Najwa for the introduction. Shall we?
When I was a kid, I always dreamed of swimming with the turtle along crystal clear water. Do you guys know that Malaysia is home to 4 of the 7 sea turtles found in the world? These are the green turtle, hawksbill, olive ridley, and leatherback turtles. Malaysia is also recognized as one of the important nesting rookeries for sea turtles in the world. I strongly feel that choosing SCG 14, Life Underwater, is the perfect case study for us. Hawksbill turtles have become our main topic because it shows signs of declining in many countries. Furthermore, Malacca has the highest nesting density of hawksbill turtles in Peninsular Malaysia, with annual records of between 400 to 600 nests. I believe that this issue has become more critical to us as the Turtle Conservation Centre is near our area, Pantai Padang Kemunteng, Malacca. Therefore, we do feel the need to bring this up. As we know, the turtle play a central role in our ecosystem. However, do we realize that they also bring much more benefit, such as attracting the tourists for their uniqueness and also for their vegetation that help reduce the rate of soil erosion? Now, let's hear from our next member, Adila Shafiyyah.
Thank you, Aliaa, for the impressive talk. The main problem statement that we are presenting in this case study is the decrease in the number of hawksbill sea turtles, specifically in Pantai Padang Kemunteng, Malacca. First, I would like to point out that sea turtles are fragile. Based on our research, the survival of turtles is estimated 1 out of 1,000 hatchling will survive until maturity. This is because they have a very slow maturity rates. In my observation, sea turtles are facing threats such as fisheries. Sea turtles are often stuck in the fishing net and eventually die. Besides that, I noticed diminishing fish stocks and habitats either caused by pollutions or illegal trawling, behavioral disturbance by heavy tourism vessels may unsustainably reduce their numbers. Not to mention, traditional consumption and trading of eggs lead to their species extinction. I strongly believe that light pollution around the hatchery area could make them confused between the moonlight or man-made lights. And of course, as far as I can tell, loss of nesting site due to coastal development became the main hazard to the growth of sea turtle numbers. Moreover, to my mind, climate changes and global warming affect the genders of the turtle. There's a research that shows if the turtle's eggs incubate below 29.5 degrees Celsius, the turtles are going to be male, while if the eggs incubate above 29.5 degrees Celsius, then it's going to be female. According to Chan 2006, to date, only the green turtles are showing a stable population throughout Malaysia, while other species such as leatherbacks, hawksbill, and olive ridley are showing a drastic decline since the last few decades. Sofiya, could you tell us the solution to this huge problem?
All right, Adila. Ladies and gentlemen, as we know, plastic pollution is a nightmare for marine creatures. From sea turtles' eyes, plastic will look like a jellyfish. It can damage their digestive system and eventually cause death. We must reduce the uses of plastic to overcome this problem. For example, when we buy groceries, just bring our own bag. I believe that we can do this together for the well-being of sea turtles. The government also plays an important role in building a conservation center to control the turtles population. What else? The government can organize a campaign where the society is encouraged to plant a tree along the beach. For example, the Naupaka tree. This can attract the turtles to lay their eggs. I personally think that by preserving the beach as a turtle hatchery site could be one of the best ways to protect their survival. This way, tourists wouldn't disturb the turtle peace. Secondly, as a caring society, we should work hand to hand to give awareness to the fishermen, because we know that most of the turtle death is caused by being stuck at the last fishing net. My final point is, please create a campaign to save turtle on social media and school program for young children. Arfah, can you conclude the topic for today?
Yes, thank you, Sofiya. Even though turtles seem strong and good at protecting themselves because of their tough shell, they are actually far more vulnerable animals. Over the years, their population has decreased a lot due to human activity and changes in environment. Some of the rarest sea turtle species have also disappeared and face extinction. Sadly, we have experienced leatherback turtle extinction in Malaysia. This situation is definitely worrying for us. Do we want the same thing to happen to our precious hawksbill turtles? It is entirely up to us to preserve our natural heritage. Do you want your children to ask you one day, What is a turtle, mother? Please do join us saving the turtle because small action can bring a big change. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. And there goes the second bell. Now, let us invite our judges onto the spotlight to further inquire our participants regarding their pitched idea.
Thank you very much, Ariff. Thank you very much, SMK Ghafar Baba. Again, very good presentation. I'm totally impressed. But again, obviously, every one of you is actually supporting the conservation of turtle. So I'm going to be pretending to be the other side, because the previous group says, they wanted to save the forest. And then they say, like, don't cut the forest. And we asked them, like, what else do we do then if you don't cut the forest? They say, oh, you can actually do ecotourism. And then I look at the presentation and you said, like, okay, tourism actually killed the turtle. So now we cannot do tourism. What do you think about this? Can anybody answer? Because in your presentation just now, slides, your video, you said that actually tourism is actually causing harm to the turtle. But then the previous group asked us to promote tourism. So what do you think about this?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Okay, the question is, what do you think about tourism in Malaysia if it is going to be affecting the turtle? Should we promote tourism or should we not? And if we're promoting it, by how much to save your turtle?
I personally think that we should promote tourism for the turtle, but we can take it under control and still protect the survival of the turtle so that it can still survive. The population is still there so that it won't be extinct. But then tourists can also see the turtles and know see and like look at them, like recognize them. They can it can be one of the trees, of course. And that is my answer. I think that it can be tourism and it also can be conserved. So we need to do it equally, or we can conserve it more than tourists. That's my answer.
For your information, the turtle love to lay their eggs during the night. So we can limit the tourism during the night. We can do the tourism during the day and limit them during the night.
And more, I think the tourism, we can reserve the area so that the tourists wouldn't disturb the hatchery area, so that the turtles will lay their eggs in peace.
Thank you very much. Can I pass to Dr. Shira?
Okay, thank you, Dr. Jafaring, and thank you to the team presented. I know that we have the knowledge. We know about the importance of turtles. They are, and also they many are doing conservation activities. So because it is a special species for the area and for Malaysia as well. So can I say that is an identity for the area, the turtles, or the habitat there? So in terms of we know and we are doing something, but how do we make the them to be together with us, to be living together? How do we create that they are in our hearts? That if they are not in our hearts, if they are in our hearts, then we take care of them. What do you think about this? Rather than just the technology, how about some humanity, the hearts aspect?
As you can see, Malaysia have taken a step into building conservation center here in Malaysia, and school can take students like us to know more about turtles by bringing us on a trip to the conservation center. And even though right now they are just They are endangered, but there are still some left, and there is still some turtles in the conservation center. So the students and the young generation like us can see the turtles and can appreciate more about the turtle, as the conservation center also will explain the importance and the uniqueness of the turtles.
More, I think education institution can teach the students about the importance of turtle by education like quizzes or even competitions like turtle quizzes that can attract the students, and I think the students will mercy them a bit, because yeah, turtles is cute.
Okay. Hi, all right. Dr. Ashira, can I continue with questions?
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you. All right, so yeah, I was impressed with your presentation too. It's quite, very informative. Yeah, because so far I think the whole Malaysian has educational program to appreciate or to love more these creatures. I mean the turtles. So what do you think, and who will be the main targeted of this educational program besides the school and the younger generation?
I personally think the main target is the fishermen, because the main factors of turtle decreased populations is caused by fisheries activities, and we need to give the awareness to the fishermen by giving some make some campaign, or encourage the fishermen to use smaller nets instead of bigger nets, because turtles is often stuck in the bigger nets, fishing nets, and eventually die. So I would say the fishermen need the more awareness than other people.
All right, so how are we going to do that? Because they are laymen and also lay person, okay, the community. So how are we going to get into them? Like Dr. Ashira said, how can we get into their heart? Something like that. If you have any idea to suggest. How? Because the matter, I think, is how, because we have done a lot of campaign and educational, but still we have problems with threats, right? So do you have any idea on the how the process, the best way to do it?
Participants, I think you have around 2 minutes to answer our judge's last question.
We can spread the awareness through signboards around the beach, around the fishery area. I think that we can put some pictures of turtle dying so that they have the mercy, as I said before. And we can also put the importance of turtle, because we need turtle for our biodiversity, and yeah, they are very important to us. We cannot make them stink.
Would you agree if we have kind of adoption village or something like adoption community for that particular, meaning that like one community have a number of turtle that they should take care of?
I don't think so, because the turtle is very fragile, and I don't think it will survive if we don't have enough knowledge about them.
Yes. So because if we have not enough of knowledge to know how to take care of them, they will eventually die, and there's no use for us to take care of them if they are eventually going to die. So I think we need the knowledge. We need some professionals in taking care of turtles.
All right, thank you very much. But I'm afraid that's the end of our Q&A session for our second group. Thank you very much to our panel of judges, and thank you very much to our participants. All right, so now moving on to our third group for the day, let's watch the short video made by our participants from Sekolah Indonesia Kota Kinabalu that is titled Green as Model Urban Gardening in Schools.
Sekolah Indonesia Kota Kinabalu, or SIKK, has the largest area and the most populated students from other 15 Indonesian schools abroad. This large area is mostly dominated by dry and barren land. While most of the students are from low to middle economic family who don't care much about food nutrition, the conditions inspire us to conduct a project entitled The Establishment of Green Integrated Model as a promotions media of biodiversity, food, and nutrition at Sekolah Indonesia Kota Kinabalu. The project starts by changing the barren land into a school garden. The students clean all the things, cut the grass to make sure that the land is fertile and ready to be planted. What makes us different from other gardens is the use of organic fertilizer. The massive amount of SIKK students provide us a big amount of organic waste. This organic waste are then processed into organic fertilizer. The students are involved in every activity in the garden. They prepare fish water tank, the planting media, process the organic fertilizer, and also seeding. Here is the example of seeding, chili seeding. The 1 week progress after the seeding, as you can see, 2 small leaves are growing. Start after 3 weeks, it's getting taller and bigger. Here is the process of preparing the planting media polybags. SIKK also has a fish farm. SIKK also has fish farm. 2 kinds of fish are cultivated, catfish and tilapia. Water from the pond is used to water the garden. The harvesting time is the most weighted moment for the students. Their hard work for several weeks are paid by seeing how good the products are. A new environmental learning for students is needed. The existence of garden at school is very advantageous educationally and economically. The commodity of SIKK farms are chili, Rosli, corn, cassava, basil, bitter melon, cucumber, and many more. These commodities then distribute not only to people outside SIKK but also the culinary department of SIKK. We make sure that anytime they need fresh vegetables and fish, it's always available at the SIKK farm. This also gives us knowledge about biodiversity, its processed food, and nutritional content. This is the culinary department students. Every month we have an activity, namely webinar Sharing is Caring, to promote our green integrated model and also to educate other students about biodiversity, food, and nutritional content.
Sesi selanjutnya adalah penyampaian materi dari Kak Azdilina.
Terima kasih Kak Defni dan Kak Mila. Teman-teman juga bisa menikmati hasil panen nantinya, sehingga teman-teman bisa menjadi lebih hemat ataupun tidak perlu membeli sayuran di pasar.
We students of SIKK who didn't care about food nutrition used to consume unhealthy food and soft drink, gradually stop our bad habit, and find a new way of life. We love eating fruits. We love making juice. We start drinking juice which is healthier and has a lot of nutrition. The fruits are taken, of course, from our lovely green school garden. So, having green model as a learning media to promote biodiversity and processed food is very important. Furthermore, providing nutritional content knowledge is also essential.
Alright, so representing our friends in the East, please welcome our participants from Sekolah Indonesia Kota Kinabalu, guided by Mr. Nayuddin Hanif.
Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, honorable judges, fellow competitors. Before we start our presentation, our pitching, yes, and let me introduce our team. I myself as a leader of the team, Mahsuri. The two pretty girls are Defni as the speaker and Fika as the speaker. And the only one and handsome boy is Izzan as a speaker too. We are from Kota Kinabalu Indonesian School, or you can just call it SIKK. But it is impossible if only the four of us are in action. This is such a big garden, so there are still many of our members who help each other for the success of this project. So as we believe that no one is born as a Superman, but everyone can be a super team. So we carry out the project entitled Green as a Model of Urban Gardening at School. So next slide will be, next pitching will be delivered by Defni. Please, Defni.
Thanks a lot, Suri. We have 5 contents here. The first has been explained by Suri. The next 4 are background and solution of the project, creativity and innovation, distribution and market strategies, and the last is impact on society. The project is conducted because SIK is a learned area and vacant land with mostly low economic students who don't care about consuming and producing of food responsibly. Based on this condition, we propose a solution which to the change a vacant land into school garden through urban gardening at school.
Yes, Defni. Briefly, this cycle reflects our project. First cycle, eating or enjoying the meals or food. Second is managing the food waste and process it as organic fertilizer. Third and fourth are seeding and planting process. And the last is harvesting them and distributing our product. Izzan, your turn.
Thank you, Fika. As Fika has already mentioned about the 5 cycle, our creativity and innovation appeared on the 2nd cycle, which is processing the food waste into organic fertilizer. This is what makes us different from other gardens because we use organic fertilizer from student waste. Selling the product is also easier for us because our school has culinary department who need fresh vegetables, fruit, and fish. Except of the culinary department, we sell and promote the product to local people, student parents, and many more through WhatsApp, Marketplace, and other social media. We also have urban gardening exhibition next month. I give it back to you, Suri.
Thanks, Izzan and the others. This project also has a good impact on society development, such a culinary department and supply with fresh vegetables, fruits, and fish. And student gets income like what
Izzan was give that the student get income and a new habit, which is consume and produce food responsibly. Furthermore, the barren land at school are evolving into a beautiful green garden. And the what you can say, the garden just actually have beautiful and many commodities like watermelon and watermelon, cucumber, and more. So that's all. As what we can see that our garden is we're using organic fertilizer. So we didn't use a pesticide because we know that we using a name as green. So green is mean you don't need a pesticide or something. We need an organic. So back to what we want to present is SDGs. In its general meaning, it's to be a responsible consumer. So we ensure a sustainability, consumption, and production patterns. So what we know about SDG 12 is to ensure sustainable consumption and production patterns. It means to ensure good use of resources, improving energy efficiency, sustainable infrastructure, and providing access to basic service, green and decent jobs, and ensuring a better quality of life for all. So that's all. Once again, I want to say that there's no Superman, only super team. As a closing statement of our presentation, managing waste, managing life, I think that's all. Thank you so much, honorable judges, fellow competitors. Good morning. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
And there goes our second bell. All right, thank you very much to our super team. Now, let's move to the judges and see what the judges have to say about our group's ideas.
Thank you very much, Ariff, and congratulations, Sekolah Indonesia Kota Kinabalu. Very, very good video and presentation. And I'm actually impressed because not only that you're saying or talking about sustainability, but you guys are actually doing it. So well done. But my first question is, whose voice was the background voice? The narration, was it done by Khoirul in the video? Or was it someone else? Sorry, mute.
If you could please unmute.
Yes.
To our participants.
Yeah. The first question is the voice in the video, is that because we only have one boy here, Khoirul. So was that your voice, Khoirul, or is it someone else's voice? Oh, mute. We cannot hear.
Izzan.
Oh, okay, Izzan.
Can you repeat again? I didn't hear you clearly.
The background voice, the narration in the video, the sound, the voice in the video, is it your voice? Was it your voice?
No, it's my teacher. It's my teacher.
Okay, that's okay. It's okay. Okay, my second question is, because you guys are promoting organic, you know, it's very, very good effort you did, you know, and you guys are promoting organic food. But say I'm actually, you know, I'm selling, you know, vegetable in the market, and you said, oh, okay, you know what, auntie or uncle, we're selling or eating this organic food. How can you explain to me, being an auntie or an uncle, or you know, somebody on the street, what organic food is? So I'm going to say like, oh, organic food, what is that? How can you claim that the food is organic? Because one of the reasons is you say you don't use pesticide. Or what else? Is that all, or how can you claim that it's actually organic?
Okay, I will answer the question. Okay. We are not use pesticide. We use an organic fertilizer. So for the illustration that if I meet someone on the street, I will say that what's important of organic fertilizer for vegetables. And first, as we know, this pesticide is not good for healthy. So we can see that when we use an organic fertilizer, in almost many planes we can say that healthy to consumption. And as we know that now we need a quality, not a quantity. So I will say to him that the important is our healthy, not how we need many or something. So we need a healthy food for our self, for a sustainability life. That's all.
Okay, and one last question before I pass to Dr. Ashira. Yeah. So you said it's healthy, but I noticed that, you know, if I use pesticide, all the pests will die and my fruits become big, you know, very nicely grown. How can you prove that the one that they use using chemicals is actually not healthy and organic produce or organic vegetables are actually healthy? Do you have any evidence? Do you have any proof?
As organic fertilizer, okay. I know that the pesticide is not good, and it's not good for human because not to say that it's not too good, but it's only not healthy enough like that. Okay, and animal, because even animal don't want to eat it. It's give you illustration that animal don't want to eat the vegetable. What if a human don't want to eat? Maksudnya, it means that it's animal don't want to eat the vegetable. It's what does it say? That why humans want to eat the vegetables if animal don't want to eat it, like that. I mean that I don't mean that pesticide is not is danger, but I mean it's not enough. It's not healthy enough, like that.
Okay, I'm going to use your argument in the future. It's very, very sensible, and I'm glad I learned from you. Thank you very much. And I'm going to pass the floor to Dr. Ashira. Well done.
I love your presentation. Okay, and it reflects a sustainable lifestyle. You connect all your activities, whole system of your, and you use your produce in your classes as well, yeah, in the culinary class. So, but then, you know, most of us nowadays, many people live in cities, yeah, and our lifestyle is we love too busy with a very and there's a lot of fast food, you know, available. So now we have what we call the slow movement, that we plant our own, we cook our own, yeah. But it's not many are actually taking up this slow movement. Yeah, we love the fast food, we love the fast pace. Yeah, we are living in a fast time. Yeah, digital. Everybody wants a fast response. So, what are your motivations when you do this? No, it takes a long time from preparing the compost to seeding, and then, you know, you have to until you get the fruits or your produce. So for you, what is the most important motivation that encourage you to do this program, that you think you can share with others and make them follow or try to do this at home or at school?
Okay, thank you. Okay, for the question, and I will answer. Okay, when we think again, and it's like a bit busy. Yeah, we know that people are always busy, but as we mentioned before, we need to manage the waste of food we eat. So as what we are just not farming on the garden. We can farming on home. We have do teaching our junior student that we can farming not on just in the garden. We use a bottle using bottle for plant the kangkong. Like we just not need a big space for garden for farming, and we know that to produce a new food, it's not too easy, but our earth not need to be safe. So if we don't want to find the healthy one, it's like we don't want to maintain our healthy and don't want to maintain the earth. So for me, I am one is important is eating by an organic. Yes, thank you. Guys, do you want to add something?
I'm busy.
Maybe we have time for one more question from Dr. Aswati. We have 2
Yeah,
minutes left.
please.
Yeah.
I have a very simple question because I think the rest of the judges has asked you this question. But okay, aside from the healthy, from the economy benefit, do you monitor any changes on the attitude or human factor when it comes to, because it was very great project, okay? You show, actually you do the showcase of this learning by doing, the practices, all right? So did you observe any changes on attitude or human aspect aside of economy and the healthy lifestyle?
Pardon me, ma'am, can you repeat it again? I'm sorry, I'm not clear.
Okay, I make it more simple. Okay, you share with us where your project has benefited the entire school. Okay, but you mentioned 2 aspects, which is healthy lifestyle and also economy. Okay, what are other benefits if you observe any from the entire school? For example, kind of attitude changes or interest or whatsoever.
Thank you. Okay, what's the benefit? The benefit is first, we have then released them that we have to we have eating healthy food, and from a small part we can farming, and they can change their habit. Just like we know it's a pandemic, so if we don't have any activities that mean we are like boring or doing something not good. But in this time we give them a learning about farm. Their habit is changing. Then they start for eating and drinking health water, and they are not to continue eat the fast food, soda, soft drink. They start to eat our vegetables. Like that.
All right. Thank you very much. But I'm afraid that's the end of our Q&A session with our third group. Thank you very much to our participants, and thank you very much once again to our panel of judges. Hold on. Yep. All right. So let's move on to our 4th junior group. Now, for our 4th junior group of the day, let's watch the prepared video made by our participants from SMK Bukit Payong titled "Adopt the School-Based Rehabilitation Services in Primary School Gives a Huge Impact for Special Education Integrated Program."
We are from Week Queen B from SMK BB District Terengganu. We carry out Case study. Adopted the school-based rehabilitation services in primary school give huge impact for Special Education Integrated Program (SEIP). The recent transformation of Malaysia's education system had highlighted the importance of special education. This can be seen in the integration of special education into a number of selected mainstream national schools. The selected schools were provided space and facilities for the special needs education.
The background of study. Special education means specially designed instruction that meets the unusual needs of an exceptional student who have no 2006 and might require special materials, teaching techniques or equipment and facilities. Each special needs student has different interests as well as hidden talents. About methods and analysis, to address about rehabilitation is important to unearth students for their developmental learning process. Case study research design was used to ascertain multiple perspectives by means of interviews and Google Form survey. About the results of the study, the rehabilitation has made significant progress on the road to becoming an inclusive supporter. The case study highlights the important school-based rehabilitation services are one component of a continuum of care for children receiving services through rehab center who are attending in the integration of special education into of selected mainstream national schools. It also shows how important it is that teachers receive training in the area of special education and the need of professionals such as speech therapists, occupational therapists, and psychologists. From the data of Ministry of Health showed the center of accessibility to facilities and services are not enough to fulfill the disabilities children in Malaysia. The long waiting list to get services were affected the developmental learning process. What is a Special Education Integrated Program? The Special Education Integrated Program offers specific courses within mainstream schools for children with disabilities. Additionally, the program is properly positioned for children with learning disabilities. Students have more time to master reading and writing skills through the program's focus on tailoring to all needs. As of 2014, there were about 2,000 SEIP primary and secondary schools in Malaysia. The School-Based Rehabilitation Services. The School-Based Rehabilitation Services program exists to ensure that children with rehabilitation needs are able to attend school, participate in school activities, and receive instruction. Therapy is provided in the school setting by contracted service providers. Role and function of the center are: first, implement screening programs for students with special needs characteristics. Second, perform tasks assessment using special equipment, standard instruments to identify specific problems faced by children. Third, implementing an intervention rehabilitation program to minimize the impact of disability in children. Fourth, implementing an early intervention program focused on the aspect of development domains so that these children may be ready for learning process. The last one, provide consultancy services based on the specific areas of peripatetic audiology, language speech, occupational therapy, and psychology to support SEIP. The impact of the school-based rehabilitation services HIP Special Education Integrated Program. Challenges issues. The controversial nature of special education makes it exciting and challenging. We should constantly strive to find better ways to provide education and related services for people with disabilities based on best evidence we can obtain. First, lack of prioritization, funding, policies, and plans for rehabilitation at the national level. Second, lack of available rehabilitation services outside urban areas and long waiting times. Third, high out-of-pocket expenses and non-existent or inadequate means of funding. The recommendations are: first, training the teacher in managing of care special needs, strengthen intersectoral collaboration. The conclusion: special needs is an umbrella term for a wide array of diagnoses, from those that resolve quickly to those that will be a challenge for life, and those that are relatively mild to those that are profound. Children with special needs may have developmental delays, medical conditions, psychiatric conditions, and congenital conditions. These special needs require accommodations so children can reach their potential.
Alright, So everyone, please welcome our group of participants from SMK Bukit Payong who are guided by Miss Nordia Binti Zakaria. Welcome everyone.
Reference 1 states that special education means specially designed instruction that meets unusual needs for an exceptional student. So today we are going to present to you guys about the adopted school-based rehabilitation services in primary school that give huge impact for special education integrated school. Special education integrated program. So what is SBRS? Before I tell you guys about what is SBRS, let me introduce me and my teammates first. So first we have Nurul Syafika, who will make you guys understand more what is SBRS in further details. And next we have Nurul Syafika, who will make you guys understand more about the impact of our case study. And lastly, we have Siti Najwa, who will tell you guys more about sustainable plan which consists of recommendation. Okay, so once again, what is SBRS? SBRS is a short form for school-based rehabilitation services. It was designed to help kids and students that have problems such as autism, Down syndrome, or intellectual disabilities to study at ease without feeling left out compared to other normal students. SBRS also will help them to master the basic 3M skills. So, Nurin, will you?
Now, I'm going to talk about roles and function of SBRS. The long waiting list to get services were affected the developmental learning process. We hope that support students with disabilities through occupational therapy and physiotherapy services that enable them to function with independence and success in their school communities. From the data of Ministry of Health, show the Centre of Accessibility to Facility and Services are not enough to fulfill the disabilities needs in Malaysia. For example, the total number of PT and OT in health clinic by states are 380. With this data, we noticed that long waiting lists to get services are a challenge for parents. So we hope SBRS give huge impact for early age students to receive rehab. First, implement screening program for students with special characteristics. Second, perform assessment using special equipment to find specific problems faced by kids. Third, implementing intervention need to minimize the impact of disability students. Fourth, start an early intervention program that only focuses on domain development until the kids are ready to learn. Last one, provide consultancy services based on specific areas such as audiology, speech language, occupational therapy, such as using pencil, paper, and more for educationally relevant problems and psychology to support SEIP. Fatihah?
We believe that SBRS is play an important role for our SDG 11, which is providing access to safe and inclusive, green, and public spaces. First, this SBRS gives a great inconvenience for the school itself. It is because the comprehensive medical and educational rehabs are available under one roof. Secondly, it also gives huge impact for the kids with disabilities. They can figure their own specific strengths and weaknesses at early age through this SBRS. The earlier they are assessed, the faster it is they can get the accommodations that they need, and the better it is for their education. For the teachers, they will be guided by a team of professionals through this program. This will make it easier for them to take care of all the needs of the kids with disabilities. For the community, the support of the community is essential for confronting the stereotypes and discriminations toward disability kids. Now, Najwa.
Now, it is my turn to make it clear about our sustainable plan project. We have two phases. First phase is from year 1 until year 3. We are hoping SBRS can train teachers in managing of special needs with different approaches to teaching, to use of technology, a resource room, or a separate classroom. One-to-one slot with professional trainers, we give them a brighter life. Second phase is from year 4 until year 6. Strengthen intersectoral collaboration. It helps to expand networking with other agencies and NGOs to create awareness focus on specific learning disabilities. Amy?
Therefore, we hope that SBRS will give a huge impact for those with special needs even at early age. That's all. With that, thank you.
All right, thank you very much, so participants. Now let's invite our judges and hear what they have to ask.
Thank you, Ariff. Well done for the presentation, SMK Bukit Payong, the suit. And actually, I kind of like this topic because this is rather different. Okay, I want to give you a scenario. If you were the leader of Malaysia, for instance, what will be the first thing you do to facilitate or to help the children with special need? What will be the things that you're going to do first, instantly?
Sorry that I can't hear the question clearly. Can you repeat it again?
Okay, thank you. Okay, now let's play a role play that if you are the Prime Minister of Malaysia, for instance, the future leader, what will you do to actually address the issue of children with special need? What will be the difference that you're going to do? You all are mute. Did you get the question?
Yes, give us a second.
Good, yeah.
I think I will reinforce the policy for schools.
Sorry, but I think you're on mute.
You are on mute here.
Okay, I think that I will prioritize the funding and give support from technical support, and do more research and data about rehabilitation so that we can improve more our school.
We also can provide other facilities to children with special needs, such as soft play area, sensory room, or swimming pool, which is necessary for treating students with certain conditions.
Okay. So is that your answer? Because I don't know whether you want to answer more, or I assume that's the answer, yeah? Okay. Dr. Ashira, can I ask another question, or you want to ask questions?
Yeah, I have one.
Okay.
I think this is a commendable project. Well done, yeah, for focusing on the what we call a group, yeah, that is always sometimes we forget about them, but I feel that we can learn a lot from them. Yeah, the special needs or the special children, the special group of people. So other than we try to through this module, yeah, you are teaching them to adapt to to what we have, what we practice, the normal practice that we call. What do you learn when you from them, from the special children? Can we learn from them as well, rather than just asking them to learn about us? What is your opinion on that? Can we learn from them too? We call them special. So what do you think?
Yes, we can learn from them too. Every, they have their weaknesses, but they turn their weaknesses to be their special strength, which is something special, something amazing, and I believe that we can learn that from them.
Why do we call them special?
Because first of all, because they actually not they for example, we have autistic patient, so I've heard that they are in their own world or something, and then we have Down syndrome, which is they lack they can't walk normally like us. They have small ears compared to us, but they still manage to walk. And I think because of them, when we see them trying to be like us, they motivate us to be more passionate and never give up, because they never give up to learn how to be like us. And we should be more grateful for what we have, because we are technically perfect compared to them. That's all.
Maybe Dr. Aswati.
I think Dr. Aswati's laptop is off, so I'm going to ask question. Is that okay?
Yeah, please do. We have another 4 minutes.
Yeah,
we have another 4 minutes for the session. Yep.
Yes, she sent us a message saying that her laptop is off. Okay, so, okay. Dr. Aswati is there? She's back.
No, yeah, you can.
Oh, no, okay,
first.
Okay. I want to ask questions. I'm so glad when you guys are actually addressing this issue, especially at very young age. We already know about autism. At this age, I didn't know anything about autism until I graduated. So I think we're moving towards the right direction, which I'm so happy. But I want to ask your opinion about the future direction of Malaysia. I think, do you think that we are moving towards the right direction, or are we moving backwards, and why? I mean, do you think we are moving towards the right direction, which means that are we addressing this issue better and better towards, day by day? Are we on at the right track?
Yes, we are on the right track, because day by day there are new rehabilitations that are open in this country, and a new technology that helps the disabilities people to blend well in their community. Yeah.
Very good answer. I wonder if Dr. Aswati is here.
Yeah, I'm back.
Okay. Pass it. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So if you'd like to ask our participants a quick 2-minute question.
Okay, so can I ask something? Okay.
Yes.
All right. So you have done a good case study, which is to do with the disadvantaged group. Okay, these children with educational needs, special education. Children with special needs in education. All right. So, from your observation, in how to sustain, how to sustain the quality of services you want to provide to this group of children.
We are hoping SBRS can train teachers to managing special needs with different approaches to teaching, the use of technology, a resource room, or a spirit classroom, because face-to-face or one-to-one slot with professional trainers, we give them a brighter life.
All right, I think that's all from me.
All right, thank you very much to our judges, and thank you very much to our participants for answering our judges' questions. All right, so now we have reached our final group of the junior category, and let's begin by watching their short video made by our participants from SMK Beluran titled Save Earth and Life under the guidance of Mr. Gurumurthy Pubalan. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, all the way from Sabah, please welcome our final junior group of participants from SMK Beluran.
Okay, good morning to the judges and everyone. My name is Sauni Inshira. I'm the leader of this group, and my friend Siti Naratira Binti. And there's another two of my friends, but unfortunately they were stuck at the estate and which was far from our school and unable to join this session.
I see.
And so today I would like to continue our topic about case study number 3, climate action. And as we know the fact that we have sun and earth. The sun's heat goes to the earth to keep us warm, and at night it bounces back to space to cooling the earth. And but if we lose this balance, climate changes. Because of this balance, because of the climate changes is because of rapid industrialization and energy use, and there's more. Then the effect we get is rising temperature, rising sea levels, unpredictable weather patterns, and etc. And therefore, we come up with 3 strategies, which is planting tree continuously, raising awareness and disseminating environmental education. And the last one is about collaboration with all parties. Okay, planting tree continuously. The method we can use is planting in school areas, housing and places at risk. And we can get as a result, we can reducing the problem of natural disease and climate change. As example, I have this cute little jackfruit plant. Can you see? Okay, I hope you can see this. Okay, we plant this at school and we can put it at class. And then we have raising awareness and disseminating environmental education. There is many ways to raising awareness, especially among the student and school community. First, there's co-curricular activities in school, national youth activity, competition, forum talks, and environmental debates. Also a global campaign such as Sustainable Development Goals. Hence, student, teacher, parents, and the local community will practice the value of love and appreciate the nature. And one of my favorite activity of this raising awareness is about the Environment Day celebration. Environment Day celebration happen when teachers, students will work to make the school the cleanest and most comfortable location for pupils. Various events such as competition, forums, tree planting, and recycling will be held during the school's Environment Week celebration. It's helped raise awareness among students and the broader school community, including the parents. Lastly, it helped develop children who love the environment more and help prevent global warming at the same time. Moreover, we have plastic-free day, where, as we know, plastic need to take a long time to decompose, around 1,000 years. And so instead of use the plastic bag, instead of using this, we can use paper bag. This paper bag, we can easily throw it out. And this help promote awareness among all members of the school community about the importance of environmental stewardship and contributing to global climate change mitigation. For example, every Friday in our school, we have the plastic free day. And the next, I move on to my friend Siti Atira.
Okay, neglecting green space. A growing body of research show the exposure to green space reduce stress in the individual. Student attention can be relieved and their application for the environment dependent by the green space created in the classroom and the school garden. The resulting green space can also be used as a teaching tool in geography class. Additional is enhance the aesthetic of the surrounding neighborhood around the school. Green space can also help with air quality and soil health. Green space also decrease air pollution and regulates the temperature or climate of the environment, all of which help to combat global climate change. Every urban and rural resident should therefore construct green space in their homes as a means of combating climate change. And the recycling campaign. Recycling reduces the quantity of garbage that need to be burned on discovered fluorine. Greenhouse gas emission. Malaysia must pursue in 3R: reuse, reduce, and recycle. Instead, as a result, less energy is used and less pollution is produced. I feel
Sorry to interrupt, but I'm afraid that was the second bell, and the rules state that each group only gets 6 minutes to pitch their ideas. And I'm afraid that now we have to move on to the Q&A session with the judges. So please, let's invite our judges on.
All right. Thank you very much, SMK Beluran. I'm very, very impressed again. At the very young age, you guys are already concerned about the environment and you started planting trees in your school. Actually, I have two questions, but let's see if we have time. I'm going to ask the first one, the difficult one first. If you have more time, then I'm going to ask the second question later. Okay, you guys say that, in order to protect the environment, we're not going to use plastic, but then we're going to use paper instead. But I'm not going to ask you questions, but I'm going to tell you that people invented plastic so that they don't have to cut the trees, because if you use paper bag, you have to cut the trees. So what do you think about this? Should we use plastic and not cut the trees, or should we use paper bag instead? But then at the same time, you're going to cut the trees to convert it into a paper bag. So what do you think?
I believe it needs to be balanced. Okay, because paper is so important, just like plastic. When we can easy paper is more usable than plastic. Plastic bring a lot more worse effect. Plastic bring a lot more worse effect than the paper. That's what I thought.
But we have to cut the trees to make paper, but we don't have to cut the trees to make plastic. What do you think?
Maybe we can use another method and make a paper using a
after
stone.
you cut the tree, what happened if you plant the tree after that? Is that okay? If you plant the tree after you cut the tree, is that okay?
Come again?
If you cut the tree and then you make paper and then you plant the tree again, is that okay? To replace?
Oh, I think it's okay. Because
is that what your school is? Is that what your school is doing?
Yeah,
okay.
We always planting tree.
Okay. Okay.
Hello, ada program. Hello.
Okay, can I just
Okay.
continue? Thank you. Very inspiring project and sharing. I like. Well, I do a lot of work on green spaces, so I like when you talk about the green spaces. You know, you are creating green spaces in your school and also encouraging green spaces. We know that green spaces actually provide multiple benefits. You listed some. So how would you, what other, you know, Dr. Jep was asking about what other methods. So maybe you can use other materials, yeah, maybe. So do you think that we can, rather than just in creating this green space, we also see the other schools, Sekolah Indonesia, Kota Kinabalu were planting trees, yeah? That also is green. So what kind of green spaces would you create? Are you just planting any tree, or for this climate change initiative? Are there any specific trees that you want to plant, or why? How do you choose the what to plant?
We actually, the green spaces at our school is just a corner where we put the example plant that I show, and I believe the tree that we need to plant is something that can be permanent, that can stand for a long time, so that it can help this climate change. Maybe we can plan it around the school, a big one. That's what I believe.
Okay, I have another question, but I'll give to Dr. Aswati first. If you have time,
Okay, congratulations, girls. Okay, you come up with a good program. Okay, my question is that how will you consider your program as a successful one? Because when we have a program, we have target, right? We have objectives. So, do you consider your program is a successful one?
In my opinion, I hope it can be a successful for every student, but maybe half of us only get only we can call successful, because some of the students aware of this problem, but some of them not, and so I can say it's only half of it.
Okay, if you have chances, okay, to improve this program, what will you do in terms of the successful indicators?
Maybe I can. Maybe I will invite not just for education. I will bring a lot of more people to join this program, and they can be more aware of this problem. And maybe that's it.
All right. So Dr. Ashira, maybe you still have time to pose one more question.
Dr. Jep, yours first.
I have. Yes,
we have 2 minutes.
Okay, I'm gonna
session.
Okay, thanks, Ariff. I'm gonna ask another question. Yeah, because SMK Beluran, you're actually located in Sabah, and Sabah has a lot of forest, especially Beluran. It's actually big jungle. So, but you're gonna plant trees in your school. Do you think you will make a difference by planting these small little trees in your school compared, because we already have big jungle. How is it going to make a difference?
Maybe. Oh, okay. It's not going to make a change, but it be a huge help for a student and school community.
Okay. Okay. So every what you're saying is that every long journey begins with a single step, yeah?
Yes. Yes.
And rumah bermula dengan batu seketul batu bata. Thank you so much. Thanks. Dr. Ashira, you want to ask questions?
I think the time is up, eh?
Habiskah?
Yeah,
Habis,
I'm afraid so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay,
All right.
Well
Thank you very
done.
much to our final group of junior participants. And thank you once again to our panel of expert judges. Ladies and gentlemen, we have now reached the end of our first session for the day. Thank you very much to all of our dedicated junior participants and congratulations. But before we end the junior pitching session, I would now like to once again invite our head judge, Dr. Japaring Lalong, to give his concluding remarks.
Thank you very much, Ariff. So I'm going to close this. So, well, first of all, congratulations, everyone. I'm actually totally impressed because I think you all did very well. And also, I'm especially impressed because some of you not only talk about sustainability, but you guys are actually really doing it at your school, like Sekolah Indonesia, they're already doing it. So like we said just now, every long journey begins with a single steps. So if this is what you can do at this current stage, I think we're going to have quite a bright future. So I'm very happy. And your presentation, I mean, considering your age, you know, you're far ahead of our time. So well done. Your fluency in English is absolutely outstanding. There is no questions about that. And your confidence, it's all very good. And you also know your staff. And of course, our function being the judge is actually we need to push you beyond your boundaries because we know that you already know it. But then we have to like push you beyond and test your knowledge. And some of the questions that we ask you, we also don't know the answer, you know. Like if I ask the first group, like how many % of forest should we keep? I don't know the answer. I want to learn from you. So, so well done, everyone. And also congratulations. And we look forward to see I think we're going to have a good representative for the ASEAN level. So well done, everyone. Thanks, Ariff.
Thank you very much.
Add a bit.
Please do.
Sorry. And congratulations to the teachers as well, to the coaches. Yes.
Yes.
All right. Yeah. So thank you very much, Dr. Japaring, for your empowering words. And thank you very much, Dr. Ashira, as well. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now be taking a short break, but soon we will be commencing with our senior pitching session at 2:30 p.m. in this very same Zoom meeting. But before that, on behalf of the organizers, we would like to invite everyone to the awards and closing ceremony of the 2021 AFSL Malaysia that will be happening tomorrow at 11 in the morning. So do join us to find out this year's winners of their respective categories. So, all right, everyone, stay tuned and see you all at 2:30 for our senior session. Thank you all for joining us this morning.
We will go to the other room, is it? Sorry.
I think we can go to the breakout room,
okay.
Mr. Zul, if I'm correct.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we are waiting for please wait to be assigned.
Yep.
How come? I assigned already.
Signed already? So are we in?
No, wait.
Wait, I'm still looking at the at the jadwal. Oh dear.
Suddenly the breakout only got 3 people. Wait, Adila Rasi.
Okay, Dr. Ashira dia dah?
Dr. Ashira dia dah? Okay. Dr. Jad dah masuk dah? Dr. Jad ada kat sini lagi?
Saya masuk lagi.
Sekejap. Prof punya nama.
We are still in the main or are we moved?
Oh, not yet, not
We're
yet.
still
I'm
in
at
the
nine.
invitation.
Okay.
Please
So
feel
we're
I was
still in
trying
the
to
main
find your
call, yeah.
name because your name is
Because I'm on
admin.
I'm on another screen actually. I'm not seeing the screen.
Oh,
Okay.
I see.
Okay.
Okay, got it,
I
Just
got
in
used
it.
to
case.
laptop so easy.
Oh, I only
Wow.
have one because my children are using other class. Okay. Mm.
Yeah, so Dr. Shira already invited you. You can join. The Puan Nuraida also, and also Dr. Jeb. You can just join.
I didn't get the invitation.
I
Sorry.
haven't got any invitation yet. I'm still here at the main.
Oh, is it probably the is I? There's 5 names already. Your names are here. Let me check again.
Is it?
Yeah, yeah. I already put your names in the VIP holding room.
Let's see breakout.
You can go at
Okay, join.
the
Okay,
breakout
okay,
room.
bye. I'm gonna
Bottom right.
be.
Okay.
Oh
Bye bye.
yeah.
See you.
Okay.
Okay. Puan is at the bottom right, beside reactions. Okay.
All right.
Data Shira, boleh ke?
Not
Dekat,
yet.
dia dekat bawah tu, dekat ada reactions, the breakout rooms, and then you can click there and then enter the VIP holding room.
Breakout rooms.
Yep.
Kejap Oh, join breakout room. Okay. All right. Okay.
Okay, see you. Okay.
So do I just stay or do I?
Well, there's supposed to be
Yeah.
Natasha. Where are you?
I think we just have to wait for everybody to go out, then we can we can go out and have our break and then come back at 2:30 lah.
Right.
So just wait for the rest of them to leave and then come back at 2:30.
Yep.
So how do you think it went this morning?
Yeah, some technical parts on there. So we can't control that, right?
Yeah, that's all right. Yeah.
Everything
No,
else
that's
was really smooth in my point of view on our side. So
unforeseen.
yeah.
Should I stop recording or continue? Or pause it?
Stacked layers, which uses less space and water as compared to traditional farming in an open land. However, the startup cost can be very expensive. In terms of affordability, vertical farming is highly profitable for large mass production in agricultural businesses. The population in Malaysia is expected to grow by 13.8% by 2030. With the increasing population, there is increasing demand in accommodation. Not to mention that the Malaysian citizens are classified into 3 income household groups, which are B40, M40, and T20. As we all know that the properties in Malaysia are very expensive. In fact, the prices of Malaysian houses have grown far more than the income of the average Malaysian. Therefore, with the use of 3D technology, we can build cheap, climate-resilient homes that have proven to be more reliable, sustainable, and most importantly, affordable.
Next up is by improving waste management for a sustainable city and community. This is an invention that reduces human work by sorting segregation. It is a closed-loop system with no emission at all. Everything will be disintegrated into ash. It's a clean, cost-efficient, and practical solution to treat and dispose waste without the use of fuel, diesel, gas, or petrol. So, the heat is self-generated and self-contained. A little downside of this will be the containment of untreated smoke or fumes. It will flow through proprietary water scrubber system and carbon filtration system. It then goes through the same process for the second stage. So the smoke is now released as full compliance vapor and not smoke. There are many different models and some can be deployed in remote areas like islands, rural settlements, and villages, while other models are suitable in urban settings, releases only vapor and uses electricity only for the aeration process and water scrubber system. Now, the average power consumption is not more than 4 kW per hour, which is similar to a 1.5 horsepower aircon at home. Currently, what is known as waste management in Malaysia is actually better described as the location of waste, where waste is relocated from one place to another waste. In Asia, everything comes here, immediately ends here. Basically, in the Asia, there is no second discharge. Once the waste have been deposited inside, the entire process takes place there, so there are no secondary discharge and contamination. Even the consumables that are used to maintain the Asia will be self-treated in the system and will not be sent somewhere else. For convenience, QR code system can also be implemented for data analytics and more organized garbage collection system. Now you may ask, what about the byproduct of the ash? The ash actually can be used as fertilizers or used to make sand bricks. All in all, it is green and environmental friendly.
Our natural environment has changed a lot in the past few decades, and every moment has taken the form of a big and more powerful demon affecting the lives of people. Nature has created everything to walk in balance with the natural cycle, but many factors cause environmental degradation. Factors like population growth, instabilities in our economics are considered as the main factors that lead to many other secondary factors. We must understand the importance of adapting, and we should do our best to preserve our environment and the people to run it in a natural order to promote the existence of a healthier and a more efficient environment lifestyle.
All right, everyone, let's give a warm welcome to our first group of senior participants from University Technology Petronas, guided by Ms. Nurul Syafika. Please take it away.
Do I start here? All right.
Yep.
All right. Believe me when I tell you that we at New City have found the solution to a lot of human needs that can save us and the environment. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We represent University Technology Petronas, and we have here our team member, Benedict, and our research team, including Petrina, and then our editorial team, including myself and Nurul Natasha. And we are supervised by our mentor, Ms. Nurul Syafika. Throughout our research, we have found that there are three main ideas that can hopefully one day reshape our world into a more sustainable city for our communities and our environment. Let's start with our first member. Let me pass the baton to our one and only Petrina.
Thank you, Arif. There's no question that the way we're farming is causing problems for our planet and its people. Soil degradation and the dangers associated with farm labor are just a few of the issues that must be addressed for a more sustainable future. And now there's vertical farming. Vertical hydroponic farms solve many of the problems associated with commercial scale farming operations. Number one, they don't contaminate groundwater or degrade soil. And number two, there are far workplaces than traditional fields. Now, you may think, vertical farming, doesn't it depend on electricity and therefore isn't it expensive? Well, we have a solution. Our idea depicts plants reaching for the sky, stacked in vertical towers. And what this does is that it allows the sunlight coming through the greenhouse windows to reach each and every plant, meaning we use 90% less light energy than typical indoor vertical farms. And since vertical farms have such a small footprint, they can be placed in urban areas where food production is limited. In fact, most crops can go from the plant to the consumer in as little as 2 days. So consumers can get the freshest possible veggies and fruits. Now, let us introduce to you 3D housing by Natasha.
Thank you, Petrina. Okay, first, did you know that 3D houses can be built within less than 24 hours? Yup, you heard that right. The concept of 3D housing is centered around integration of technology and sustainability. But while it is early days, the 3D printing method is seen as a way to cut cost and environmental damage. In terms of sustainability and efficiency, 3D printing production process eliminates 99% of construction waste and is 30 to 40% cheaper than the traditional construction. Unlike vertical farming, 3D homes aren't so common in Malaysia, and yet 3D printed homes could be a brilliant solution for addressing the shortage of affordable housing in our country today. Now, let's listen to our ideas on the issue. Benedict, the stage is now yours.
Thank you, Iman. Now, would you believe if I say we can burn waste in an incinerator and not have any air pollution at all? Yes, that's true. It's understandable to not believe in something that's too good to be true, but there it is. Ladies and gentlemen, introducing the AFSL, the too good to be true incinerator. It's a practical solution to improve waste management. Its first process would be doing segregation, of course, to minimize human burden. Everything will be disintegrated into ash without the use of any fuel. It will flow through the water scrubber system and the carbon filtration system. And this could further be improvised by using the carbon capture technology. And best thing is, they can be deployed on remote areas like islands, rural settlements, and villages. Unlike typical garbage management system, here, everything comes here and immediately ends here. For convenience, QR code system can also be implemented for data analytics and more organized garbage collection system. In short, everything is green and environmental friendly. And that's it. And now I will pass it to Harif for the conclusion. Here you go, Harif.
Thank you very much, Benedict. So, ladies and gentlemen, as we have presented to you our solutions to overcome these problems that we are currently facing, we at Neo City believe that this will be the key to our future in not only saving our community, but preserving whatever we have left for future generations to cultivate. Not only did we find our research to be very competent, but we have also narrowed it down to 3 advantages, which is sustainability, affordability, and reliability. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for listening, and have a jolly good day to you all.
Thank you very much to our first group. And now let's move on to the judges and see what they have to say and ask about your group's pitched ideas.
Who would like to go?
Good afternoon, teams from UTP. It's an excellent idea. That now is my question is about my name Irina. Sorry, forgot to introduce my name. Yeah, I just want to how this idea to be contextualized in our condition, situation. Knowing that in the, for example, giving me one of the urban situation in KL, for example. So how with this inclusivity issue, inequality, so how this kind of idea can be translating into action? Thank you.
Could Petrina give a start?
Okay, all right. Thank you, Dr. Irina. I will answer the question. So how can these ideas be implemented to our current situation? So the case study that we've chosen is sustainable cities and its communities. And based on the case study, what we have analyzed is that we are anticipating a growing population. In fact, we do have it today. It's evident that the population keeps on growing. But then as one of the solutions that we have conveyed, which is 3D housing. So with the increasing population, there is increasing demand in accommodation. So how we can implement 3D housing is to build more houses using 3D technologies, because essentially, like what my friend Ain have said, that the 3D method actually aims to cut costs and reduce environmental damage. That's one of the ideas. Yeah.
Okay, so I have one question about the 3D, but I'll come to that later. About the incinerator, and Petrina, you were about the incinerator. Did you manage to research how many incinerators are there already in Malaysia? Because many years ago, the cost for the scrubbing system is extremely expensive, and that can cost to about 40% of the total cost of any incineration plant. And good that you all mentioned about the high cost of the vertical farming. So that's another question I have. We have a lot of underutilized areas in Kuala Lumpur. And as we go for the vertical farming, we are also talking about non-organic materials that will be used while we have a lot of soil still available in Kuala Lumpur. So have you do research on that, on the investment cost as compared to the output that you get for the village, for the veggies? And there was another question on the 3Ds. Okay, so the 3Ds, that's great suggestion. 70% of the population is today centralized in the city. So that means the soil in the city is the land is very expensive, right? The space is very expensive. And that means we have to build tall towers in order for us to accommodate this high population. So can the 3Ds actually accommodate such kind of housing design? Knowing that the space is very limited, did you have any cities that actually say that, all right, we know about the space, it has to go high, but there is still an areas where this 3D housing is still useful in the urban context? Yeah, so those 3 questions.
All right, so just a reminder that our participants have 5 more minutes to answer our judges' questions, right?
Okay, maybe I'll take the stage here. Can you rephrase the question again?
Okay, I think maybe we go for the 3D, right?
Okay.
What kind of design the 3D housing is practical for the urban context? Because when the space is very expensive, normally the housing design will go up, high rise in the cities, right? So in what way the 3D housing can be useful in a space that is limited? Because if the space is limited, normally we will build towers so we can accommodate many people. So can a 3D housing compete with that kind of design, or it has a different niche advantage that will make it, feasible for consideration?
All right, thank you, Mr. Rani. Okay, personally, I also own a simple 3D printer at home. So given into context, if this was practiced into real world applications, from my experience, the 3D printers are really reliable and they're also pretty affordable per printing, and it's the after product is you can see pretty clean and pretty strength. It has a lot of strength in it. It's hard to break. So if we were to apply it into the real world, we can build into apartment structures or maybe condominiums, and I feel like it's a very commendable idea, since over time the demand for 3D printing will increase, and with the high demand, the prices could also go down for supplies. So given into this, I think that will be very reliable for future constructions using the 3D printing technology.
May I add something, Arif?
Sure, take it.
I believe in China they had tried using the 3D printing to build an actual apartment, and they managed to build it and make it happen in just a few weeks. And how it will be cost effective is that there will be less manpower, and how to combine each and different parts is very easy, and it require very less cost.
Thank you. Yes, I remember seeing some, especially for the emergency shelter for COVID-19 patients in China. Yeah, big time they do that. Yeah.
All right, so is there any more questions from our judges?
Perhaps I just have one question.
Yes, please.
All right, I just want to ask for the vertical farming part. I believe that, if I'm not mistaken, Netherlands has already started this greenhouse and vertical farming. And how is it that Malaysia is going to change from the normal farming methods that we have now to vertical farming, especially with the high cost that is going to be incurred with this vertical farming? And why do you think that it hasn't really been conceptualized in Malaysia, especially with all the deforestation that we are facing now? Thank you.
Participants, you have 2 minutes to answer our judge's question.
Sorry, who's gonna take the question?
Right. Sorry, I was having some issues. Okay. So vertical farming being high cost, in my opinion, in my very humble opinion, doesn't necessarily have to be, but if we think based on production and the needs that we need, it's actually expensive. But then I think once you take into account the cost of land, the increase in yield per square feet, it can easily justify the investment. And moreover, with vertical farming, you can eliminate urban food deserts, increase your resiliency, and not just that, but to also create steady jobs with living wages. And this in turn can also provide job opportunities. And one more thing, in terms of sustainability, vertical farming is actually a collective effort. That means, like in the video, I've pointed out that, that this whole vertical farming idea is not just for private companies, but especially for agricultural businesses, because yes, we know that it's expensive, and therefore with agricultural businesses, we do have higher potentials for these businesses to implement this concept into their business ideas.
Yeah. Do we still have time?
No, I'm afraid we're out of time for this group, for our first group. All right, thank you very much to our panel judges, and thank you very much to our first group from University Technology Petronas.
Thank you.
So we will now be proceeding with our second group of participants from the senior category, representing University Utara Malaysia, by watching their short video titled Policy to Aspire, Decarbonize Together.
Good morning, I'm Ishwarya and you're currently watching TV5. Over the year 2021, Malaysia has encountered extreme weather conditions all around the regions, including flash flood and thunderstorm. Climate change has becoming an alarming concern not just in Malaysia but all around the world, as this is our second warmest year. To hear more about this climate issue, we have Mr. Ariff, Ms. Reshna and Ms. Divya from Center for Environment, Technology and Development Malaysia set them to shed more light on this topic. Ms. Divya, we are very glad to have you with us today.
Good morning, Ms. Aishwarya. It's good to be here.
Ms. Divya, what do you think was the root cause of problem of extreme climate changes happening in Malaysia?
It's simple, carbon emission. Too much of carbon emission in the air has heated up the planet, causing the temperature to rise significantly.
No wonder we are having frequent heat waves. Why is that so?
Well, if you look into Malaysia, fossil fuel is heavily used for energy input in power station, where it is used to produce heat, electricity and power for various purposes. The larger the energy is needed, the larger the amount of fossil fuel burn, causing higher rate of carbon emission.
Is there any way we could deal with this issue? Maybe Mr. Ariff could shed some light?
Government need to start the first step that will become the foundation. Introduce the decarbonization policy that aim to reduce carbon by 2050. The policy help to provide a consistent roadmap towards the mission with a clearer expression on the strategies reflecting a macro level commitment to climate exchange and further attract the International Green Fund because investment matters in this effort. With a clear basis, definition, step, economy and tax overview, sustainability concept introduced in this policy, it will help boost the green initiative. Why government first? Best example because when digital economy policies was being introduced, then the technology startups spring up like mushroom in Malaysia.
What are the action plan under this policy?
Looking at the current situation and how critical it is, carbon emission will be a great focal point to massively reduce carbon. It is understood that power generation industries like TNB uses thermal energy from combustion of fossil fuels. In fact, a great alternative that I would personally suggest is using heat waste by installing heat recovery systems that captures heat waste from industrial processes. It is indeed a much better alternative of thermal energy to generate electricity, and it will massively reduce the scale of fossil combustion in a shorter time frame, which is in line with the policy suggested by Mr. Ariff on decarbonization.
Where will the heat waste be obtained from, and has there been any initiative as mentioned by you?
A great example will be cement production industries, ceramics and so on. Yes, a cement production company has collaborated recently with TNB to supply heat waste. Hence, I do believe implementing a policy as suggested by Mr. Ariff will be influential and highly encouraging to get more companies and industries on board. However, a short-term action alone will not be enough to reach the objective rooted from the policy. Larger initiatives with bigger impacts in the long run should be considered as well.
I do agree with Ms. Reshna on formulating a long-term initiative to drive the policy. The focus in long term should be attaining net carbon zero, which can be done using carbon capture and storage (CSS) technologies. The process of capturing carbon dioxide in the air and storing it greatly reduces carbon emission. However, Malaysia is still at the early development stage to embrace CSS. Many people are quite unaware of what is CSS actually, so I believe that once awareness is reinstated, people will be more willing to be involved in such initiative, speeding up the process. Another way is collaborative focused research and development of CSS technologies. Having a wide-scale research partner between industries and also between countries will improve financing capability and prepare better conceptual design of CSS technology deployment in Malaysia.
That sounds like a plan. How do you expect to market this policy?
We grab public and world attention and provide clarification through press conference. Then we aim BOD participation in seminar with industry to ensure in-depth discussion on the initiative because they are the one with corporate level decision. Since the strategies might be expensive, tax authority can be the middle person promoting these green efforts by providing various tax incentives.
Thank you, Mr. Ariff, Ms. Divya, and Ms. Reshna. Well, that is it for today. Stay tuned for more after this break.
All right. So everybody, please let's welcome our participants from University Utara Malaysia under the guidance of Ms. Mazrah Binti Malik. The spotlight is yours.
Good day. I am Ishriya, and as a civilian, I have to address this issue right now. It's getting way too hot nowadays. It's insane. Why is nobody doing anything about it? These are the phrases that I say way too often nowadays and will say more frequently if we, as a society, do not take an immediate action to decrease the temperature of our Earth. The culprit behind our current weather is none other than increased carbon gases. Mr. Ariff as policy expert, Ms. Divya and Ms. Reshna as our green technology engineers have come up with solutions in the form of policy plan to curb the issue stated. I will now let them present it.
Yes, we have heard Malaysian people, their aspiration, their fears on climate change. But when you talk about it, we know they have the awareness, but they don't have the option. If I say cement industry is among the top company produce CO2 today, would people stop buying house now? No, thus it is important for us, public and private sectors, to work on this together. Elizabeth Dole, an American politician, has once said, the best public policy is made when you are listening to people who are going to be impacted. We do sign the Paris Agreement, but on the national level, what is the significant effort? Policy should be there to promote growth and fair transition to bring out this carbon lock-in, and without this strong base, nothing can be created in values. Policy then will reflect commitment on the macro level, subsequently affecting the micro level. We set the policies as the critical foundation so everyone knows Malaysia actually driving towards a green effort, and the chain effect will happen. From funding to the green investment, we can expect technology transfer, partnership, and more importantly, our GDP grow in healthy ways. A decarbonization policy will help to achieve carbon neutral in the short and long run.
Prior to the policy stated by Mr. Ariff, incorporating a short-term action will be effective. Major reduction in carbon can be achieved in a shorter time frame by using heat waste from higher tier industries such as cement and steel industries as an alternative for electricity production to reduce its sole reliance on fossil fuel utilization. Quick fact, in 2020 alone, approximately 19.5 million metric tons of cement were produced, thus indicating a high possibility of an immense amount of heat waste emitted in that year alone. So, if we emerge various potential industries around Malaysia, it will help outsource a huge amount of heat waste to TMB to support its electricity production. Timely action as such will avoid stranding over millions of ringgit worth of energy infrastructure assets that are tied to today's polluting energy technologies.
But we need to think bigger in the long run. The next big step is we want to capture and store the carbon emitted using CCS technology. Imagine if you could actually capture the carbon emission. Amazing, right? It will provide so much of carbon reduction. It can help us to achieve the global dream of becoming carbon neutral in Malaysia. Never estimate Malaysian people. We can make the impossible thing to happen. The Kasawari CCS project by Petronas is a great example. But then still, not many companies follow the lead. The remaining efforts are mostly limited in small scale. Other countries have ventured deeper into CCS. So do we still want Malaysia to be left behind? We need to try to speed up the process. So that's why this policy will lead Malaysia to have more focus on expanding CCS R&D activities in the long run. Opening opportunities for more research collaboration between high-tier industry helps to accumulate experience in carbon capture technology. Once we have the experience, we can increase funding capabilities and implement CCS activities in a wider scale.
Yes, that's our short and long-term action. And first, we will get also the BOD direct involvement in this plan and discussion because sustainability is a part of strategic level decision. And also, we're going to focus on the tax channel where it automatically will gain the attention of the industry. I believe these two main marketing plans will catch their attention to move forward.
With that, we believe this policy is in line with the 13th Sustainable Development Goals climate action. We aim to get long-term commitment from all the public and private stakeholders involved while setting up as a role model to make the effort a reality. To change, we need to be brave and let's be bold on this. We can compete with other countries for more advanced CCS technology. But as a whole, Malaysia, we need to move this as one. Let's make this world a better place for our generation and beyond. With that, we end our pitch, Policy to Aspire Malaysians. Let's decarbonize together. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that wonderful presentation. Now let's move on to our panel of judges for a quick 10-minute Q&A session. So please welcome our judges.
Yeah, thank you for the team from UUM. It's a congratulations for your very inspiring session for this afternoon. But I would like each of you, if possible, to give me a brief situation analysis on how is the current situation of potential CCS in Malaysia. Thank you. Brief situation analysis of what is the current CCS application in Malaysia.
I think I could start first. Okay, for the first one, like I mentioned before, is the Kasawari CCS project. So, so for this project, what happened was Petronas has asked help from Zodas, another company, to provide like a conceptual design on the deployment of CCS in Malaysia. So far, we have not implemented yet, but it is estimated that we will implement it by 2025. So and also another thing is that what is the interesting part of this is, this Kasawari project will capture the carbon from sour gas fields and inject it to depleted gas field offshore. Then another interesting fact is that it is going to be one of the largest offshore CSS in Malaysia. So that is one prominent implementation I could say about Malaysia. Other than that, there is also small scale projects such as TNB. As for TNB, they have started out like lab scale where they did post combustion of carbon and also pre-combustion using microalgae. And now they do have like some sort of research and development regarding of the CSS program. And so what I could conclude is that there is research and activities going on, but it's not like prominent. It's not like wide burst that every company has it. But I do understand it may be due to various factors. So that's why our policy wants to make it like the top priority that every company should collaborate together to improve the CSS development in Malaysia, because we need to speed up the process. Because as based on Paris Agreement and also our aim to become carbon neutral by 2050. So that's why we feel we need more implementation of CSS activities. Maybe we do not have the technology by now, but why not we start stepping stone? Why not we collaborate with other companies and also with other countries to at least have like a few more initiative, not just 1, 2, but a few more initiative in the CSS development.
Yeah, if I can add, right, even in Malaysia, Malaysia is one of the top ambitious countries in Asia that want to go for a carbon neutral countries. But still, our progress is still slow, that we cannot achieve that kind of dream. So that's all.
I'd like to add on too. Right now, to be brief with to summarize what my teammates have said, right now DCSS is currently in an R&D research stage. But due to Malaysia that has committed to the Paris Agreement, we do believe that to be in line with the agreement, it is best to focus more on CSS and take bigger impacts for the environment.
How many minutes more do we have?
All right. I think we have around 5 more minutes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So yeah, we can have time for maybe 2 or more questions.
I really enjoy listening to your presentation. I am actually, I used to work as an engineer in fact heat recovery system, what you proposed. So it's very interesting to see all of you coming with this idea of installing this heat recovery for various factories, especially for the cement factories and all that. Now, we know that the culprit, sorry to say this, of the fossil fuel is actually all from the industries, right? I mean, from the carbon emission, it's actually from the industries that are using fossil fuel. I know you are not addressing that part, but on this, but what is the resistance in Malaysia? We have potential of solar power right now, right, for climate action. But what you propose is very wonderful to be considered. But why isn't this spread over Malaysia? While it could be something that solves some parts of the carbon emission.
I would like to answer this question. So in my opinion, in my personal opinion, I believe it's the reluctancy of business people, like especially in the intensive industries that come up with massive production. Because yes, I mean, to be fair, in a business world, you always want to invest on things that gives you return, which helps to expand your production. Every judgment comes with a profitability or a price tag perception on it. But when it comes to environment, we need to think more on the morality of it, of being a human being, the initiative, and just taking a personal responsibility as a human being. So the reluctancy is there for major industries where they are more prone to focusing on investments that will help capitalize things more. But when it comes to investment on things that does not really have much profitability for their personal business, there is a certain form of reluctancy right there. So that is why it's very important to have some kind of initiative or some kind of regulations. That's why the policy that was suggested by Mr. Ariff will be great, because it can be regulated and it can be enforced. So once it is enforced, a bit more of an aggressive enforcement compared to just spreading out awareness, because awareness is part of changing the perspective of whoever who is capitalizing certain things. But it's all part of perspective. Some people want to make every judgment with a price tag on it. So it will take a longer time. And in fact, it will be so hard to reach out to each and every individual and to change their perspective and mindset on things. So having a policy, it will be a much more aggressive approach where it's enforced and they have to do it over time. So I do believe that's one of the reasons why. It's because of the lack of awareness, lack of a self-responsibility as a human being, and also of the returns on the investment.
Yes, actually, I echo with what Rash said. And also, the push factor is actually coming from the consumers that have this kind of awareness. But on the production levels, they don't have nothing impact them on that push from the consumers. Because at the end of the day, they're still paying the same tax. Even if they want to incorporate this kind of like green technology, they still have there's no tax incentive that given to them if they implement such this kind of like CCS. So the governments should be another pushing factors that push these productions to have more sustainable ways of producing the materials and also items. So this would be like a win-win situation between the governments, the production team, and also the consumers that have this kind of like awareness. So yeah.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. I think that's the end of the Q&A session for our second group. So thank you very much to our participants from UUM, and also thank you very much to our panel of judges. Now, for our third group of participants in the senior category, let's watch the video prepared by our participants from University Tunku Abdul Rahman about the transition of Malaysia's agriculture into circular economy to anaerobic digestion.
After half a year without meeting his wife due to movement control order, Zhang gets his permission to cross state from Terengganu to Kuala Lumpur.
Hey Kelly, I've got the permission to cross state. I'll depart from Terengganu to KL, and we can finally meet.
Oh, that's great. Please be careful while driving, especially now in the raining season.
Of course, can't wait to see you tomorrow.
In the day, while driving, welcome to a BCFM traffic info. A traffic jam of 2 hours in Rob is found due to a flood. Please choose another road to avoid congestion. Thank you and drive safely.
Normally this is not the time of heavy raining season in Rob. It seems like the weather pattern has changed. Anyway, I'll need to find another route.
On the alternative route to Kuala Lumpur, he passes by the oil palm field. He saw the workers harvesting palm fruits and the waste being accumulated the side. Since the day here is hot, he worried that fire may happen if the dry waste is not managed properly. He got out of his car to ask the oil palm field manager, Abiyu, how they will manage the waste.
Good afternoon. How will you treat the waste? If they are not treated properly, fire may occur since the day is hot.
Oh, we will send them for landfill. That's what we have been practicing all the while. However, this is not a sustainable way. We have no other choice.
Hey, do you know anaerobic digestion? I think it can solve your problem.
Anaerobic digestion is a biochemical process accomplished by the combined action of a group of several types of microorganisms, which metabolize the organic compounds. The oil palm waste can be used as a biomass feedstock. Agricultural waste can be fed into an anaerobic digestion plant. Biogas and digestate can be generated from the process. Biogas can be directly burned to generate heat and electricity. The biogas consists of methane, carbon dioxide, hydrogen sulfide, water vapor, and little amounts of other gases. Through purification, the gases can be separated. Methane from this process can be used just like natural gas. It is often referred to as carbon neutral fuel. This fuel can be used to operate vehicles and machineries for agricultural use. The carbon dioxide from biogas can be pumped for photosynthesis of other plants like algae plantation. Hydrogen sulfide can be used to produce pesticides, which is also useful in agriculture. On another hand, a byproduct called digestate will be formed due to recalcitrant lignocellulose substances exist in agricultural waste. It consists of solid and liquid portions which can be physically separated. The solid part can be used as animal bedding, soil embedment, and serve as foundation material of bio-based products like bioplastics or even as combustion fuels. The liquid portion consists of most of the nutrients including nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium are important components of fertilizers. Finally, the agricultural waste brought to anaerobic digestion can be processed and mostly brought back to the agricultural sector as resources once again, elongating the useful lifespan of every resource in the economy. This is forming a circular economy of agriculture. It reduces the exploitation of new resources for development.
Oh, I think it is beneficial to the environment and create many economy opportunity.
All right, everybody. Let's welcome our third group of participants representing University Tunku Abdul Rahman, guided by Dr. Lai Soon On. Please, the spotlight is yours.
Thank you, MC. Good afternoon to all the honorable judges, loyal timekeeper, organizing committee, mentors, and friends. We are Team Reborn from University Tunku Abdul Rahman. I am Tan Xingyun with my teammates Ko Pei-ying, Wong Wan Yi, and Yan Yao Tian, as well as our mentor, Dr. Lai Soon On. However, due to Yao Tian's internship, he is not able to join us today. We would like to apologize for his absence. Ladies and gentlemen, how is the weather in your area today? Sunny, cloudy, or rainy? Normally, it might be slightly different even though we are at the same state. From the video, we could know that our planet is facing extreme climate patterns nowadays. It brings about consequences include severe disaster, harming not only the economy, but also our people. Climate action is always not in one step. Hence, we will clarify a holistic solution in our country, in conformity with the global goal of tackling climate change. Our proposed solution is to promote circularity in the agriculture economy. It alters the role of agricultural waste in the climate change loop. Two of the main elements are anaerobic digestion and circular economic concept. Ladies and gentlemen, do you know what a circular economy is? Well, don't worry. I will explain to you in a short while. Circular economy is a concept to redesign products to be more durable, reusable, repairable, and recyclable, keeping resources in a circular loop for a longer and sustainable period. It is different from our current economic model, which is a linear economy that practices the take, make, and dispose concept. Circular economy system mainly introduce three principles, which are reducing resource utilization, reducing waste generation, and closing resource loops. These principles should be practiced in agriculture industry. Agricultural waste can be circulated in the economy through anaerobic digestion technology. Waste can be turned into new products and renewable energy to be reused.
Ladies and gentlemen, this solution is believed to be feasible in Malaysia, since the major barriers including lack of funding, lack of professional knowledge and technologies are actually solvable. In this transition of Malaysia agriculture into a circular economy through anaerobic digestion, it could bring a lot of benefits to everyone, including government, investor, farmers, as well as us, the people. As we all know, profit is the core consideration for any project. This solution offers huge potential market due to a large amount of agri-waste available in Malaysia, which could be used to generate renewable energy. By implementing anaerobic digestion in agriculture and industry, biogas, which is a renewable fuel, can be produced, offering a sustainable profit for the investor as compared to fossil fuel. This is because biogas can be reused in the circular economy model. Anaerobic digestion is in fact a diversification portfolio for its investors, since biogas and digestates can be further derived into various products. The return on investment is likely to be occur in short period or a few years once the process is implemented. It is considered to be low risk due to a long-lasting arable agri-waste in Malaysia. Now I will pass my mic to my teammate Wan Yi to continue the following.
Thank you. Implementation of this solution allows proper waste management through an anaerobic digestion. Business owner will be able to generate profit from agricultural waste at their site, avoiding this waste from harming our people and environment. Companies that practice sustainability for their business are going to enhance confidence for investors. At the same time, tend to receive more support from professional institutes and government bodies. Our nation takes the responsibility as global community to tackle climate change. Many countries try to reduce carbon emission. Unfortunately, it might reduce production. Waste-to-energy technology involved in this solution holds opportunity to secure both the environment and economy. It will offer self-power capability for the production unit, hence enhancing national energy security. Meanwhile, as renewable energy is reduced dependency on fossil fuel, carbon emission can be reduced. Circular economy practice further avoid carbon emission from exploitation of new resources and existing fossil fuel. Therefore, the effect of climate change can be lowered. We come to the end of our presentation. We hope our explanation can help everyone here to have clearer insight of our solution. In conclusion, an anaerobic digestion for agricultural waste brings sustainable agriculture with the adoption of circular economy, making business not only business. Thanks for listening.
All right, thank you very much to our participants. Now, let's invite our judges on and see what sort of questions they have for our group today. So, judges, you may ask away.
Who are your potential customers? I know this, you're talking about having the digester on site, right? Do you have any companies? I'm sure there are, but in your research, have you like what are the main consumers or that buy into this technology?
Talking about the target customer, I would say it offers a very huge market because palm oil is actually a very large plantation in our Malaysia, especially in East Malaysia. So there's a lot of company, to name some of it, such as Sam McCoy and Sus, which are SME, and also some international company like Biorim Technology from Canada and Landia. They are actually selling their so-called wearable product to Malaysia community and also international customers.
So what do they sell? What product do they sell to Malaysia? Is it the digester or the byproducts? I didn't get what you said, the last part.
Is to continue to, they are actually producing like biogas, which can be used just like natural gas. And it takes the competitive advantages over the conventional that we use. It actually is a carbon neutral fuel. So it is attracting more people like us that support sustainability for our global community.
Thank you.
Yeah, can I ask a question? I think the same, similar question in all groups. I would like to get three of you on what is the current situation on the oil palm industry in order to execute the circular economics in Malaysia, and what are the challenges?
Maybe I can start first. So I think you are mentioning about what's the barrier or so-called the gap between our proposed idea and also the current practice. I would say they are actually managing their waste by dispose them into landfill or oxidation pond. So this actually widely believed by the research and also government that this solution is potentially implement in our market. Some major barrier will be the lack of funding and also lack of technical support, or so-called the professional knowledge, which are actually support from our government bodies such as MPOB and also MPIC.
All right, so any more questions? Perhaps Miss Bettinelli, you'd like to ask them another question?
Maybe just one question from me, because you were talking about biogas and aerobic digestion, right? So like, in your opinion, how can a biofuel economy change to a biogas economy in terms of sustainability?
Sorry, can you rephrase your question again?
Sorry, speaking of aerobic digestion, right? I asked, how can a biofuel economy change to a biogas economy in terms of sustainability?
A biofuel economy change to biogas economy. I think they are similar, right?
I don't think so.
Could I try? Maybe I can start from the aspect of sustainability. I think because in this concept, we are not only talking about the anaerobic digestion itself, because it's a mature technology, I would say, but we also involve the concept called circular economy, which mentioned by Xing it involved the three principles that keep the resource in the manufacturing loop. So I would say it reduced the carbon emission in terms of exploiting new resources. That at that point we can promote the sustainability of the business. Would that answer your curious?
Yeah, thanks, Manny. And cute cat, you have that special appearance.
Maybe she just want to join us. Say hello. Any minute that we left?
Yeah, we have 4 more minutes.
So we could have more questions.
Yes.
Yeah, if there's any more questions from our judges, yeah.
Yeah, so what's the limitation, and or in general, what's the capacity of an agricultural farm? You know, if you're talking about the kelapa sawit, right, for example, because when we talk about the circular economy, and you showed in the diagram that the output are broken into different areas, you scrap to biogas and so on and so on. So the input must be enough for it to fit the whole operation. So tell us, what's the limitation, maybe a farm of certain size, or, you know, and what's the challenge why, if this is really good, some companies have not yet adopted the solution?
Maybe I can answer for this. Okay, so actually for now, the farmer of the palm oil, they just like burn their waste, and then the limitation is like they do not have the transport to manage to get the company to dispose their waste in the circular economy side. Yeah. So and the lacking of funding is the main concern of the project, that they could not have the sustained cost to dispose their waste. Yeah.
On top of that, since you mentioned about the lack of cost, I would say it's actually a one-time investment cost to actually start the implementation of anaerobic digestion at their factory. But there's actually a lot of funding that provided by our government. To name a lot of that will be and also there's also the tax incentive that also mentioned by the previous group. For the customer and contributor that involved in renewable energy product, they will get a certain tax incentive, which also I think could lower down the challenges for us to implement that.
All right, so I guess if that's it, that wraps it up for our Q&A session for our third group. Thank you very much to our participants from University of Rahman, and thank you very much to our panel of judges. So I hope you're all still with me in this sunny afternoon as we now move on to our fourth group of the senior category. Let's watch a short video prepared by our participants from University Kuala Lumpur that is titled Second Chance.
I'm Hamiza Arif, team leader of the group majoring International Business Management.
I'm James, marketing chief of the group majoring International Business.
I'm Abdulhan, majoring in Electrical Engineering as the team strategist.
I'm Aminodin Khalid, finance chief of the group majoring Account.
I will share with you 3 things about our project, which includes the problem, solution, and value. Making Malaysia's cities inclusive, safe, resilient, and sustainable is what we stand for. I have a friend called Jane. Due to unfortunate reasons, Jane is living in slums. And you know what? There's a lot more people like Jane, especially during this pandemic in our community, without us realizing their existence. If you look closely, this situation happened for a few reasons. The first reason is lack of affordable houses. Second, they don't get the chance to the similar opportunity for education in order to escape poverty. Third, and you know what is worse? People like Jane will never escape the vicious cycle of poverty due to them being starved for the chances to rebuild their life by having a stable income. We want to help people like Jane, and this is our solution. Introducing to you Chance, a solution that rebuilds the community by exercising these 3 pillars. With that being said, there are 3 solutions that I want to deliver. That is number one, this shelter will be in the form of these carded shipping containers that will be refurbished and rebuilt into small houses. Second, the vulnerable people will be generated through 2 ways, which are the job opportunities and soft loans. Third, we will provide them with the necessary skills for them to be able to excel in their job. Now, you may want to look through the values of our project. In this value, I will touch 3 things are: how is the house eco-friendly, how to implement the education to the vulnerable people, how we help them to generate income. The houses we build are carbon emission friendly as we're using solar to power homes. This reduces the dependency on fossil fuels to produce electricity and helps the owner in reducing monthly expenses as energy is free. The second value we bring to the fold is by providing a chance for them to upskill and elevate themselves to possess functional and profitable skills in order to reconcile or assimilate with the society again. Our third impactful value is the opportunity for them to earn their own income. We will provide job opportunities through our vertical farm solution in the community and soft loans for them to create a small business.
Geographic segmentation is Kuala Lumpur and Selangor, the 2 areas known to have the most homeless people. Under behavioral segmentation is people who are interested in financial stability and those who are seeking humane living conditions. Under psychographic segmentation are beggars, drug addicts, mentally challenged people, and loiterers. Under demographic segmentation are foreigners and locals, children studying secondary school or lower, impoverished, single or divorced, age 30 and above, female with a 40% maximum capacity, and male with a 60% maximum capacity. Second of all is our distribution channel, which is social media. We will be using social media to make our presence known to the country and in turn acquire investors who would be willing to support our project. Last of all, analysis, we have a y-axis of affordable homes and an x-axis of upskilling programs. Second Chance, our project, has both of those. Meanwhile, the companies to the left, Warren Village and Common Bound communities, do have affordable homes but don't have upskilling programs. Moving over to the companies below, we have Sime Darby and Robin Hood Foundation that don't have both of those. And to the companies to the right of them, they do have upskilling programs, but they don't exactly feature affordable homes.
For key allies, these are our partners and collaborators we plan to work with to actualize the solution from shelter to the income and lastly for our education. And we have identified 4 key activities to kickstart the project, namely searching for various partners such as technology, training, industrial partners, and lastly building the framework for our software. And for key resources, we'll be needing human resource, freight farming suppliers, working capital, solar generation, and lastly farming experts.
As for the financial side, we will get income from the establishment of the vertical farming, land and maintenance just in a gradual manner, as well as providing soft loan scheme. And next one would be community investment. We will bolster and also increase of 3 sources of the income following the kind of objective. And the final part will be the budget date and estimation. We will do it because of the risk assessment and efficiency attainment following the expansion of the project framework.
All right, thank you very much. Now let us welcome our participants from UniKL under the guidance of Dr. Kamisan bin Gadar. Take it away, guys. Sorry, you're on mute, Hamiza.
Hello, everyone. I'm Hamiza, captain of the boat. A few days ago, I found a beggar living on the street alone, freezing in the middle of the night, sleeping in a box unprotected. We're not stray animals. We're all humans. We all deserve respect and dignity. That is why we're here to provide these vulnerable people with shelter, education, and income. The problem that we try to highlight is first, lack of affordable houses. Second, use of non-renewable energy. And third, high carbon emission due to generation of electricity, such as using non-renewable energy. We use this as an opportunity and will take the responsibility to create a solution for them. So I present to you Second Chance. Second Chance is where we reinvent affordable and sustainable housing. We propose a solution to help them get out of the vicious cycle of poverty, elevate the living condition in comparison to their current situation, such as homelessness or living in a slum. We will create tiny homes made out of abandoned shipping containers, powered by solar panel for clean and sustainable energy. As a result, it reduces carbon emission due to being less dependent on non-renewable energy. These tiny homes will be a place for these vulnerable people to live in. Bringing upskilling workshop to this individual, this project is going to turn thousands of vulnerable people into entrepreneurs. With the soft loans that we will provide, they can become job creators. We will also open job opportunities from our vertical farming businesses for them to get their own income. Lastly, job placements with our partners. This makes us realize that what we're doing today has the potential to change the lives of millions. But overall, it comes down to the question today, if this kind of initiative is possible or not, but the market needs is there. The communities want it. And we are the team with the skills and method to turn this opportunity into a huge social business. So that indicates our deadline, New Hope, where we reinvent affordable and sustainable housing. Over to you, James.
Hello everyone, I'm James, and let's dive into our marketing strategy. Visibility is our #1 priority. It could lead to bigger opportunities, especially in mobilizing our project, which is why we will be setting up our accounts across all social media platforms such as Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and LinkedIn to connect with our potential clients, partners, and investors. Once we have this main ingredient ready, we have 3 targets to achieve. First and foremost, through our social presence, we will be connecting with the right social welfare agency, namely JKM, to identify the vulnerable people who may need our help via our solution. Secondly, through our social presence, we will be connecting with the right partners who can provide consultation on building vertical farms in shipping containers and on engineering shipping containers into livable tiny homes with sustainable solar energy, and providing upskilling workshops, and lastly, with providing job placements. Our third would be running crowdfunding campaigns within our social media platforms. With good presence across all platforms, our backers would be able to place their confidence on the project, hence resulting in higher seed funding for us, allowing us to change the lives of the million. Over to you, Afdal.
Thank you, James. I'm Afdal, the team strategist. We are a team who wants to turn this idea into a reality. Hence why I'm proposing our implementation strategy. First and foremost, the funds. Beside crowdfunding, we plan to seek for social innovation funds, such as from Yayasan Inovasi Malaysia and agency under MOSTI. All right, back to our solution triangle where we'll implement it, right? First and foremost is shelter, education, and income opportunities, right? For shelter, we'll tie up with Harit Engineering, one of the engineering local companies, to actually fabricate the shipping containers into tiny livable homes. And for solar panels and retrofitting and commissioning will be done by a solar engineering company called Solar Plus. All right, next component of the triangles of our solution is education. For education, the objective is to provide upskilling programs to these individuals until they become competent personnel. We'll partner up with universities and NGOs to provide the right training to these people. And for the vertical farming, we'll invite an industry expert such as freight farms to educate and upskill these individuals. For the last component in our solution, which is the income opportunity, upon graduation from the upskilling workshop, they will be fed with 3 programs. The first one is One Family, One Business, whereby they have a chance to set up their own business. And second, they have an option to work for the industry through our network of collaborators such as Mara, right? And lastly, they're able to work within our vertical farm. Over to you, Ami.
Thank you, Afdal. Hi, I am Aminodin, and today we will discuss about the financial framework. Our financial framework is consists of 2 sections, which is revenue stream. Second is community investment. I will start about the revenue stream. Revenue streams which pass into 3 parts. The firstly, rent and fee will be implemented after 6 months after the continuous earning. Secondly, resources income come from the vertical farming itself. And thirdly, interest from the software after the implementation we have been recurred. So, and the second part will be community reinvestment. The excess profit harvested after being deducting from the expenses will be utilized into threshold, which is the first part is scholarship opportunities for them to pursue formal education. And second part is bigger software with less restriction for scale and expense their businesses. And the final one will be the increasing in expansion of vertical farming to provide more job opportunity for them, which means more job opportunity, more income for us. So return and investment will be multifold. Okay, over to you, Hamida.
I'm very sorry, but I'm going to have to cut you short there as the second bell has rang. And unfortunately, the rules state that each group has only 6 minutes to pitch their ideas.
All right, thank you, everyone. And we hope that you'll vote for us. Thank you.
Thank you very much to all of our energetic presenters here. So now let us move on for the Q&A session with our judges for roughly around 10 minutes.
Thank you very much for this group from UniKL. Yeah, I congratulate you for your a very the idea is very good, and then I like the way you contextualize in our what are the existing players, stakeholders, and government agency relates to your idea. That is a very good in terms of contextualization of your idea. But now the question is, each of you, if possible, like choosing the right place in any area, in urban area that can possible implement your idea. Yeah, each of you has a different strategy, right? Yeah, please.
All right, regarding how are we going to implement or where exactly we are going to locate this project of ours? I feel that number one, we will help the one that is actually vulnerable people living in the cities. Hence why we want to solve the problem of SDG 11, which is there's too much of slums. They are not safe living in those areas. So we want to provide that safe place for them to live, and then as well as some income opportunity for them to escape from that vicious cycle of poverty. We would prefer it to be located somewhere around Kuala Lumpur, like for example, somewhere around the I would say Klang area, all right? Or you can also locate nearby Pudu, wherever area there is some sort of a land for us to develop the whole project. Thank you.
All right, so any more questions from our judges, please? Madam Norani, perhaps?
Yes, thank you very much. Your project is quite well thought thoroughly, and thank you for even coming up with the budgeting. The startup cost is very important to know whether it's achievable or not. I appreciate that. Let me see. So now about the vertical farming. Can you describe a little bit more about the vertical farming? Because I can imagine the prefab container, right? And then with the tiny space, you can do the vertical farming. But if the area is very limited, normally the amount of vegetables that can be produced is just enough for personal consumption. So what's your strategic plan for this part? If you were to see this is to be commercialized, how do you see this can be upscaled in a space that you imagine around these prefab containers? Thank you.
All right, thank you for the question. And you're very right. And the issue is space. And hence why most of current industry players, they tend to use crops that are very expensive, but in demand to cover the cost of the whole operation. So I feel that on our side, we'll also adapt similar strategy to find crops that is in demand as well as has a good pricing that we could achieve our ROI and fund or actually reinvest into the community back again. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so Ms. Bettina, would you like to ask our group of participants any questions?
In terms of like the homelessness that you mentioned that you intend to curb, right? In terms of that, just want to understand better, how do you plan to like choose and select like the homelessness people? Because there are hundreds and thousands, right? And we can't possibly accommodate everyone. So how do you plan in terms of that, you know, to choose and select which one to get to be selected in your this plan? Yeah.
We understand like one of the risk. Thank you for the question, Ms. Bettina. I feel that this is one of the key things that we should address. If not, I feel that that whole project could be a disaster. Because why? Because homeless people can be something like a toxic in the project. Because why? Because they tend to have already a very bad culture around them, meaning they are involved in prostitution, gangsterism, drugs, and so on. All right, so on our side, that's why we want to work with the government to properly filter these people, meaning we'll filter whether they are drug addicts, whether they have criminal records that is very, very bad, etc. Right? So, and what is like, for example, disease that they have that can be maybe infectious to other people. So if these conditions are being met, right, that is set by us could be met, and we will actually take them in and rebuild their life in the whole community that we have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I aware that is one of the objectives is to decrease the carbon emission. So how is your project like this objective?
All right. Thank you for the question, Ms. Irina. All right. For carbon emission, we plan to, I would say, not solve it totally, but help in reducing carbon emission through using solar panels as our form of clean and sustainable energy instead of the current, I would say, the current energy provider in Malaysia, for example. Which we know, for example, if we look deeply into TNB, if we talk about Malaysia's landscape, TNB is mostly using coal and fossil fuel such as LNG to produce electricity. Right? They have moved into solar. I'm sorry, but they have not really covered. Their plan is actually 20% by 2023. Right? Mistaken. So they have not achieved that number yet. And hence, even if they achieve, the number is still small in their whole total production. It's only 20%. So it's not, you cannot claim Malaysia's energy production is sustainable because only 20% of it is sustainable. So yeah, we actually want to move out of those kind of things and have our own area of energy so that these people, these homeless people, wouldn't have to pay those electricity monthly bill. So they have one less burden to think of. Because in the end, we want these homeless people or vulnerable people, right? Because they are not only homeless, they are also vulnerable. We want them to be able to survive on their own feet, right? Meaning, and in one day, we'll also charge them rent, right? We also charge them rent. We also want some sort of a benefit to us to reinvest into the community back again. So yeah, we actually want to have this model, if it's possible, that everything ties up together. Hopefully, these people could have their own income in their own family and contribute back to the community. That's our main objective. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have around 3 minutes left. So if you have any more questions for our UDKL team.
So what are the potential challenges you see in implementing this project?
I think the first challenges is how we actually implement these things, because in the end, we need to properly, carefully, I would say, curate our strategy, because number one, we need to implement the vertical farming first, because that will be our biggest source of income, because we can't depend on other source of income such as rent or interest from our loan schemes that we give out to this soon to be homeless entrepreneurs, right? So we need to have that right first. So that's why we want to work with industrial experts who have that technology ready and proven to be proven to make able to make money, right? Able to make money, able to. So on our side, if vertical farming is already making some sort of a stable income to us, right? And then only we'll move towards, for example, building the shelter for these homeless people, right? And installing those solar panels, as well as, and the last part only will give the loan schemes to them, because we can't implement everything in one shot, because it doesn't really make sense. Because even if those homeless people come into our community, they need a lot of upskilling workshops or like some things to boost their morale, because they have not been in the community for so long. They are like strangers or aliens to the community. Even they can't even mingle around with the community. So after they have completed our mini course, I would say, and then after that last stage, we link them up with potential job opportunities, etc., through network of SMEs through Mara, like what I've presented just now, one option. Or they want to become business owners, like small business owners, micro SMEs, like they are selling chicken wings, for example, selling satay, that can be your option. All right. And lastly, we also provide them the opportunity to be one of our workers in the vertical farm in terms of operational wise. So that is how we mitigate all the risk, through implementing it in a very structured manner and progressive manner.
Thank you. I can see the roadmap of your project in your head. I presume when you discuss this, you have that on paper too. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. And I think that's it for our fourth group, our UniKL group. Thank you very much to the presenters, our participants, and also to our judges for the very thought-provoking questions. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, last but not least, we have the fifth short video that was prepared by our participants from University Science Malaysia that focuses on revolutionizing feasible development strategies in solving semiconductor shortage. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our final group of participants in the senior category representing University Science Malaysia, guided by Associate Professor Dr. Nurul Akmal Binti Muhammad Sharif. The stage is yours.
Assalamualaikum and a very good evening. I bid to the honorable judges, respected organizing committee, fellow finalists, and members of the meeting. I'm Fikri and we are pioneers from University Science Malaysia, and we are here today to present the chosen case on Sustainable Development Goal 12, Responsible Consumption and Production. The surging demand for electronic devices has been rising amidst the pandemic as people are more relying on online services, and this significantly impacted almost every industry in the world. The concern on the well-being of people staying at home led to a higher interest to set up home offices, fitnesses, and entertainment-related devices and equipment that increases a higher demand for advanced gadgets to fulfill their desire, thus causing a shortage of semiconductor when the supply could not meet the demand. Besides the global crisis, our natural resources as well will be threatened. For example, semiconductor manufacturing facility uses 2 to 4 million gallons of ultra pure water daily to avoid contamination. And actions are needed for a better sustainable plan. And this is where SDG 12 becomes important, aiming for sustainable consumption and production pattern. As a group, we had encountered 3 strategies to address which are introduction of new material, which will be delivered by Suhaib, adjustment of wafer size by Zol, and encouraging micro manufacture in global supply by Daniel. For a start, I will pass it to Suhaib for the first strategy.
Thank you, Fikri. As what Fikri said just now, we strongly believe a transition toward a silicon-free semiconductor will be a notable difference to infer in against the chip shortage for a long-term perspective. The highest potential candidate to replace the current semiconductor resources, silicon, is graphene. Graphene holds obvious potential for fusion electronics beyond silicon, which is grander application, accelerate carrier mobility, and to optimize carbon as the primary element. For example, graphene could offer coating to reduce carbon footprint in packaging supply chain, also enhance the performance of current packaging material, and enable new functionality as well as increase recyclability. In addition, by using the flexible graphite paper FGP, we can save a lot of water because of total amount of water used for cleaning graphite oxides. In electrochemical method, around 150 is greatly lower than hammer methods, typically around 1000. For the next strategy, I will pass it to Zul.
Thank you, Suhaib, for the first strategy. So keeping up with consumer demand for the latest in electronics has a big impact on the semiconductor industry. So to remain sustainable, companies are under increased pressure to reduce the size of electronic devices while lowering costs and maintaining high quality. So we believe by increasing size of wafer is one of the solutions to reduce these pressures for the chips manufacturers. So this is a short-term strategy, which is just focused on to fulfill the unsustainable pattern consumption of electronic devices. So there is one factor to be considered is the wafer size. So as we know, the bigger the wafer, the more microchips it can produce. That also translates into more efficient use of process time and material, since one run might produce many chips compared to multiple runs. So this needs drives target manufacturers to continually improve their capabilities towards eco-friendly system in producing bigger size wafer to meet the fabrication requirements for 300 and 450 millimeter wafers used in the semiconductor industry. So if manufacturers still produce 1-inch wafer today, there is no chance they'll be able to support this volume shortage of smartphones, tablets, and PCs. So next strategy, I will pass to Daniel.
Thank you, Zul. I am Defni Ariff. I will explain about encouraging micro manufacturers in global semiconductor supply. SMEs play a big role in the manufacturing sector as they contribute about 34.5% for our country's gross domestic product in 2019. In terms of short-term strategy, relevant ministries can provide special funding to do research and development. The materials used in semiconductors should be more eco-friendly and should not affect its performance. This can be proven with the ongoing development of a semiconductor part that utilizes carbon and hydrogen molecules to convert electricity to light energy efficiently. This idea will ensure sustainability as it uses renewable resources to boost semiconductor production. In terms of long-term strategy, it could be direct collaboration between SME and semiconductor multinational companies, and such collaboration can give benefits for both. For instance, their mutual agreement could then foster placement for SMEs manufacturing factories within the semiconductor assembly company's compound, which can save transportation costs and also possibility of just-in approach manufacturing. This initiative will continue to sustain the supply chain for semiconductors. For the conclusion, I'll pass to Fikri again.
In conclusion, several strategies and possible solutions for responsible consumption and production in the semiconductor industry have been outlined to overcome semiconductor shortage. In particular, sustainability is the main priority to ensure an inclusive and meaningful development towards a more efficient country. In conjunction with the 12th Malaysia Plan, Shared Prosperity Initiative encompasses of 3 elements, namely economic empowerment, environmental sustainability, and social reengineering. We believe that our stand is solid to fulfill this objective. Thank you.
All right, and there's a second bell. All right, so thank you very much to our final group of participants. Now let's proceed with our final Q&A session between our participants and our panel of judges.
All right, thank you very much for USM team. I like your presentation, very clear, concise, comprehensive, and yeah. But then there are several questions that in order to make this in terms of sustainability effort to be more practical and implementable potential. To contextualize, I would like to get maybe one of you can give me briefly how many percent of the semiconductor industry in terms of the percentage compared to the other industry in Malaysia. Then how is the contribution to the country? That is first questions. And then the second one is about you mentioned about shared prosperity in RMK 12, yeah? And how is the semiconductor industry can contribute to inclusive development? Yeah, thanks.
I would like to answer for the second question first, which is the shared prosperity. And we in SDG 12, which involve mainly on the environmental sustainability, as our first strategy, material strategy, which is we are going to transition towards a silicon-free semiconductor. And if you compare graphene and silicon, we have a limitation in processing silicon towards a smaller electronics. For example, the world is currently working on creating a smaller and smaller electronics, but at the same time, we want to retain the efficiency and improving sustainability, and that's where graphene should enter the framework. Graphene here is a 2D material, which we converted from a 3D silicon towards a 2D material, graphene, and which is in a smaller scale. And currently we are working on nano, and maybe we could upgrade to a pico, a bit more smaller electronics. And moreover, graphene is a green material, which reduces carbon emission during manufacturing. As well as silicon provides a generous toxic during manufacturing. Yes, thank you. Maybe others, if you want to add something, others?
I want to add something. Agency Innovasi Malaysia has successfully developed the National Graphene Action 2020, in which the strategy clearly identified path, opportunity, and high potential application for Malaysian company to leverage. So in this National Graphene Action Plan 2020, based on there are 5 applications were selected as initial priority focus area for Malaysia. Firstly, lithium-ion battery, anodes, ultra capacitor, rubber additive, nanofluids, lubricant and conductive ink, and plastic additive. For this case, graphene enable Graphene enable conductive inks provide a cost advantage input and manufacturing to radio frequency identified by FRAD application, and eventually it might be application to photolithics and printed circuit. That's all.
To answer your first question about the how many percentage of semiconductor industry in Malaysia, so the countries now is for 13% of global chip assembly testing and packaging, and 7% for world semiconductor trade passes through Malaysia, undergoing some added value at local factories or getting combined with other parts before being shipped to Malaysia.
To add point from Zul, to boost the profit of every SME companies and multinational companies in Malaysia that trade in Malaysia, they can actually collaborate with each other between SME and multinational companies, which some SME can supply some of the semiconductor parts to multinational companies, which their roles is to assemble all the parts to become a semiconductor. And so that for the point of sustainability, because of this the shortage of semiconductors still in play, this collaboration between these two companies their strategy, we can put this such as like this. The SME companies can place their manufacturing companies inside the compound of a multinational company such as Intech and Intel, and then to boost their profit, they can actually save costs from transportation costs, and they also can save time from there. Thank you. That's all for me.
Thank you very much. We have around 4 minutes left, so perhaps Ms. Bettina, you'd like to ask our participants a question?
Yeah, all good from me, Ariff. Thank you.
Okay, I think from my side, yes, thank you. This is very interesting. I'm not so familiar with the semiconductor industry, but I try my best to understand what your solutions, the proposal. So what I understood is that you're suggesting that using of graphite 2D and bringing the semiconductor, assembling the semiconductors by SME and the MCN, so I can see the partnership between the two as part of the solutions. So for your project, I'm sure you have researched a lot on various solutions for this problem, right? Has any other company actually implemented what you have thought, the solutions that you proposed? And I Googled actually just now the graphite, which country actually supply these materials. And I think some of the minerals that we have to use in order to get our chips smaller and smaller also have to be imported. So these are the areas I was thinking when you presented. What are the challenge? So this solution, have you seen this implemented by any other company? And what are the challenges in implementing your proposal, revolutionizing the strategies?
I would like to answer this question. Interesting question actually. For our material strategy, which is graphene, it's a long-term strategy to be honest. And we also have a short-term strategy, which is we are converting from silicon to silicene. Silicene is also a silicon, but the structure is the same as graphene. And that's why for a short term, we are utilizing this as a probation to evaluate its effectiveness before proceeding with graphene. The structure is the same, 2D and 2D. And just because graphene is still in its research scale, but it possesses a lot of wonder properties if you compare to silicon. And I believe, in my personal point of view, a proper investment plan should enter the frame here. Instead of investing on improving properties of a current resources silicon, why don't we invest on new material research to introduce graphene towards the manufacturing sector? Thank you.
I want to add some information. Against the National Graphene Action Plan 2020, together, when this application has the potential to contribute achieving the additional gross national income impact of more than 20 billion and help create 90,000 new jobs for this industry in Malaysia by 2020. This is because graphene and such the lithium-ion batteries can support the domestic production of electric and hybrid vehicle, where battery performance is one of the main challenges in producing cost-effective and reliable vehicle. As a rubber additive, graphene increase the strength, electrical or thermal conductivity, and impermeability, offering Malaysia rubber industry a significant advantage in manufacturing glove, explore a new rubber application. And graphene chemical and thermal properties improve the performance of drilling fluids, while its properties make it an excellent lubricant, both in wet and dry application. When used as an additive in plastics, graphene acts as a reinforced filler that improves the strength of the host plastic material and allow for reduction in amount of plastic use. Thank you. That's all for me.
All right. Thank you very much. And with that, I guess that wraps up our final Q&A session between our participants and judges. So thank you very much to our participants from USM, and thank you very much once again to our panel of judges. So yeah, ladies and gentlemen, that was the final pitch for today. It was really a pleasure to hear all of the ideas and solution pitches by the participants and valuable insights provided by our panel of expert judges. But before we wrap things up, I would like to invite our head judge, Madam Nurani Binti Abu Bakar, to deliver the final closing remarks for this afternoon session.
Thank you very much. And I just share my part, and then I will invite the other two judges also to share their thoughts. Well, congratulations, and I'm very happy to listen to your project. And I can, from my side, I think in general, they are all the solutions that you have proposed. Perhaps if you go to the final level for Malaysia, representing Malaysia, if the presentation can also be connected a bit more with the people part and but some of the projects actually presented very well on how the people aspect of the SDGs integrated and the partnership. So that's really good, something very well in integrating that part, and also the prosperity or the profit making in addition to the environmental part. Let me see what else I have. Points that I have. Yeah, so some have shared about what is already available in the market, but some of you are already touching in the areas, like the last group, touching in the areas that is very new, or still need more research in order to advance in this technology. And I think okay, I'm going to invite other judges to chip in, and I will come back if I have more things to share.
All right, please do. Now I would like to invite our judges, Ms. Bettina Lee and also Dr. Irina, to share their thoughts on the this afternoon session of pitching.
Maybe I'll go first, Dr. Irina. Yeah, so thank you, first of all, thank you for having me. I didn't really prepare a speech or whatsoever, so I'm just going to be very spontaneous. I just want to say thank you so much for having me. It's a pleasure to be here, and it's really good. I mean, it's great to hear all the wonderful ideas that all the 5 teams have. I think it's really, I can't compare when I was in college, I was nothing like you guys, right? To have this kind of thought, so really great job to everyone, right? And I'm not an expert when it comes to sustainability or whatsoever, so I'm here to learn as well. I guess we are all learning from each other, right? And yeah, there's nothing much from my end. I just want to say thank you for having me, and good luck everyone, and great job everyone. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Ms. Bettina. Now, Dr. Irina, is there anything else you'd like to add? Miss, you are muted.
First of all, I would like to congratulate for all the teams. Yeah, I can say that you are very thought-provoking in terms of what kind of the topic that you are proposing and then present this afternoon. But one thing that makes us, the 3 judges, is impossible for us to be an expert in all of these subjects, right? But then one thing that for sure, for those in any case of subject or issue that you are presenting, the most difficult one of the issues, of course, the technical one, for example, and of course the social aspect that are really wide coverage, and then you have to be aware of what is currently going on in the country also. But then one thing that I realized, those who are able to present in a very clear, concise, even though we are not from that background, I think the one that can win the heart of the judges. Yeah, that's all for me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Irina. Now back to Madam Norani. Is there anything else you'd like to add?
Yeah, concluding, I join Ms. Lee, Bettina Lee, and Dr. Irina to congratulate all of you. As you know, as you have heard, we are all very proud to be the judges of your presentation today. And we wish you all the best. And for all those that have really put your heart into looking into solutions, I truly encourage you to look and see if you can actually champion what you have proposed, because what you have shared today, they are really, really good proposals. And there's a lot of potential in it. And I believe you are not here just because you're representing your university, but we can see that you have worked very hard as a team. And I hope that you have grown not just in your knowledge, but also in your soft skills in working together. So pursue your dream, and I really hope to see that some of you or all of you will will really try to see how you can implement this, if not within your group, but with the companies that you will be with in the future. So our future lies in the hands of not just the generation like mine, but all of you. So congratulations, and we look forward to go through together all the judges, and all of you are winners that you have reached this far. Congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Rani. Thank you, Madam Bettina and Dr. Irina, for your kind and inspiring words. Now, before signing off, I would like to give all of you one final reminder on behalf of the organizers that we would like to invite everyone to the awards and the closing ceremony of the 2021 AFSL Malaysia competition that will take place at 11 in the morning. So do remember to join us and find out which groups will be crowned as the winners of the 2021 ASEAN Future Sustainable Leaders Malaysia Case competition. So I hope to see all of you tomorrow. I am your MC, Arif bin Muhammad Sharif Izal. Enjoy the rest of your day. Stay safe and take care.
Thank you.
Excuse me, may I ask whether we have a special session for the judges?
Oh, yes, please.
Do you provide a special breakout room or what?
I think we can, Mr. Zul.
Yes.
Yeah.
Mr. Zul?
Yes, it's already the VIP holding room is already there. You just enter it back.
Thank you.
All right.
Okay. Yeah, your name's already there. So let's meet in the VIP room.